this the new?
You know how I look at it now? In a talk show, you know how they always have like the announcer who like announces like Jimmy Kimmel. Dan's that.
But that's not what that was.
I know.
And also, Jimmy, can I do that?
And now, welcome to the stage, Bards of New York.
We'll work on
Sorry, I'm also listening at the same time.
I'm in 6 time zones.
I don't know where I am right now. Hello, everybody. As Dan said, welcome to Bards of New York, the actual play D&D podcast, where sometimes, only sometimes, we actually play D&D. As always, we have a few announcements before we start our stream, but thank you for all being here today. And we'll address the first elephant in the room, or shall I say, the rat in the room.
Our good friend, our compatriot, Jonathan Eugene Champion.
I don't know about that. I don't know if he knows about that.
He's not here to defend himself.
Is so deep. Oh no.
In a rat.
He's in a rat kiss. He's in a rat kiss. And he is the
Lisan
al a rat.
The Maldives.
The Maldives, yeah. He is the
Desert
Maldives,
mouse, yeah.
and he is their messiah. He is actually undergoing the process of joining his bloodline with the grandfather rat to become the rat god.
The rat emperor.
The rat emperor god emperor. And we're excited for him, but also worried. But hopefully this puts in puts into motion the changing of the world.
Their version of spice is.
Oh my god!
It's literally just the chili flakes. It's the red chili flakes.
It's Italian. It's melange.
The red pepper flakes?
Yeah.
Oh my god. And garlic mixed
Yeah.
together. Oh god. Okay.
Put a little Parmesan on that shit.
Ew, no.
Yeah, it's just all the
Honestly?
pizza chocolate pizza blended together. The melange.
I'm just like a little rat with a little nose thing with the blue eyes.
Crazy.
I was admiring the New York Zoo, aka the subway platforms, the other day, and there's a cute little rat. Had some bald spots on it, but it was
train puppies, Woody.
Yeah, it was a puppy size.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
yeah, it was.
Well,
I'm like, wow, that boy's big.
I remember when we first moved here, we'd be on the subway platform and you'd watch the rats and you go, it's like we're on a safari.
I love it. I love looking at the New York rats. I think it's lovely. But that being said, we do have some other announcements other than just my personal thoughts on New York rats.
it's Bards of New York,
it
right?
is,
We have
yeah.
to flavor it with some of the
So let's go over to Hannah with Merch Corner.
Hi! Well, because this is a lore episode, I just wanted to plug our Whore for Lore
Whore for
mugs
Lore.
that we have. We have the lovely one that Drew has over there that has a Whore for Lore dictionary definition. Dictionary definition. It's very cute, very subtle, because it's only until you get up close do you know what it actually says. And same with this is like kind of like Woody said it reminds of anthropology.
Yeah, it looks like an anthropology
This is
mug.
our anthropology-inspired Whore for Lore mug that comes with a W. There's a Whore for Lore little cursive calligraphy right here with a pencil, and then it says Bards of New York on the back, and you can customize the color inside and on the handle so that it's like aesthetically pleasing with this right here. And there's little dice in this wreath. I don't know if you can see this on camera, but it's really cute. You can get them in either 11 ounces or 15-ounce mugs. So if you like a big mug like I do,
Who's using an 11-ounce mug? Let's be real, guys.
like grannies. I feel like
Yeah.
grannies
Wait,
use
11 ounce?
11
You don't
ounce
use an
mugs.
11. Dan, you specifically
You have
use
the
like
biggest
30-ounce
mugs.
mugs.
Wait, how big is an 11
baby.
ounce?
That's
11 is
teeny.
small.
That's like
no.
that.
Like
That's
less than
Daniel,
a soda can.
Daniel, look at what's in front of you.
What's in front of me is a computer. What
Is
do
the
you mean?
Schweppes in? Is
That's-
the
no,
Schweppes
that's
in-
not.
Wait.
We call that
You've
36
already
ounce
had
mug.
half of that?
I'm gonna have to fill this a second time before we get to break.
How are you gonna fill it?
He brought a little.
From the
He brought
Wawa.
a. He brought.
From the Wawa.
There's no carbon in the
I
Wawa.
understand that. And I'm gonna have to suffer because the water
No,
isn't angry. but
there's
that's
a whole
still-
box of
But
little toys.
anyways,
Yeah.
all merch proceeds go to improving the stream, and although you cannot see it on set, we actually did a little bit of improving with our mic setup. So the boys over here have a new mic setup that gets a lot of those stands out of the way and up in the air. And that is in part thanks to you because of all the merch proceeds.
Yeah.
I would say in large part.
Yeah.
Thanks to you guys. This is you
Yeah.
really
We're evolving here every single time, and that's, we could not be doing it without.
Merch proceeds, tips, like if you have the means and you feel like donating in any way, it does just go right back into
Just
the
those
stream
tips.
to improving. So improving. So
Improving.
show us your tips. And that's my merch corner. There's also a lot of other lovely stuff. Ooh, and I made masculine frame tank tops.
Ooh, yeah. For
So
the
if you're
boys.
into that,
For the Brobarians.
The Brobarians.
the Brobarians. If
And the
you
Brards.
like a masculine cut tank top, we have some of those on our merch store now. I don't have samples.
Should we tell them what our theme? We decided our theme for the summer is.
Sure.
Hot
Do-
Bar
shut
Summer.
up. It's hot bar.
I feel like I should say it.
Yeah, you should say it.
So
not gonna say it.
our theme for the summer is guns out, tits out, which means just like tank tops and low cut shirts. It's mostly just tank tops and.
You're gonna be seeing a lot of my chest hair.
Little thirst trap moment.
I was about to say that the theme is flesh.
Flesh.
It is a flesh theme.
Oh,
Also 'cause it
people
gets
in the
hot.
chat are reminding us that
Trust
it
me,
is
there will be
Women's
only
History Month.
It is. So Hannah, you have inspiration.
I would also like to give inspiration to Drew because we did 2 weeks
I
of
will say,
non-gameplay.
We had
Drew and I already talked
we had a discussion.
after hours.
Okay.
Drew's going to have tokens, and I have given him the permission to either use them for himself or even bequeath them unto his party.
God, you just made him
Ooh.
the token black guy?
No. No, we talked about this. We talked about how it's okay. And also that I barely need inspiration, so the idea was that I could use it
Yeah,
I don't
for
know
others
if
as
you've
well.
ever
Yeah.
used it.
Yeah,
Have you
that's
ever used your inspiration?
no, I don't. But I was like, I only had 2 tries to use it during that last month, so I was like, well.
Yeah.
I wonder what day your luck will change.
I was literally just thinking, like, the Halifax always comes with a price, and I'm just wondering when it's going to be in regulars.
It's gonna, yeah, it's gonna be next campaign.
Oh yeah.
But
basically, he
I
has
don't know.
wealth to distribute.
I treat
Great.
Halifax right during
There you go.
Regulus, though. So
in terms of Women's History Month, the last month was Black History Month. A good ally is an active ally, and that activeness looks
Ally.
different. But if you are questioning if you're an active ally, then maybe go read a book. I read a great book. Speaking of Audible plug, we'll just kind of like segue right into our sponsorships.
Holy shit.
I'm finishing a great book called He, She, They on Audible that is by Skylar Baylor, I think is his last name. He's a trans athlete who goes around and talks about like trans activism and acceptance and love. And the book is He, She, They, and it's the tagline is How We Talk About Gender and Why It Matters, and it is fantastic. And I just was in a conversation where I was so very grateful that I had just read that book. And I won't go into more details, but it ended up being a very positive, constructive conversation.
Yeah.
And I listened to it on Audible.
Thanks, Audible.
There you go. Speaking of Audible, we have one of them codes. Use it. We use Audible all the time. Clearly, you just had one reference. I too use Audible. I've been listening to Stephen King's Fairy Tale.
Oh, yeah.
It is long.
Not the anime.
right.
Yeah. We'll and I'm like halfway through. We'll see what's up. I don't know.
We'll see.
I don't
We'll
know.
see if Stephen King figures out what's up.
I don't
Love
like it.
him.
I
Stephen
don't.
King's a good DM. You know?
I don't like.
Yeah.
I don't like his writing style.
Right. There's the pre-accident and post-accident.
We don't have time for this.
No.
Yeah.
That's after the op. That's after.
So yeah, but oh wow, audibletrial.com/bards.
Put the command in the chat.
Put the command in the chat. And then also Magic Mind is a really healthy energy green shot. Tastes like matcha, and it makes you feel really good.
And I will say, I don't like matcha, but I liked this. I thought it tasted really good. I'm not a matcha girly,
Same.
and this was enjoyable.
I throw it in ginger ale. That's been my go-to, like easy to go down. But it's full of a bunch of really healthy things. The like superfoods like ashwagandha.
You know what ashwagandha does?
Makes you Batman.
Sure.
Woody,
Whoa.
everything makes you poop, so that's...
No, that was not where I was going.
Okay.
And other things called nootropics. It's really cool. Go to magicmind.com/bardsny.
Bards
Yep.
NY, Yep.
And
Nice.
enter code BARDSNY20 for an extra 35% off of your first month.
And then special shout out to Monument Music. All our music is
always,
Yeah.
from Monument Studios. They're great. They're having sales, and you don't have to like worry about getting copyright struck, especially over on TikTok, because I know a lot of songs are getting copyright.
Most of my Kalias voiceovers got muted.
Yeah.
Once.
Yeah.
For no reason.
So Monument Studios, go check them out, and they're good people.
Yeah, they really are.
Oh.
I think we're ready for.
I wanted to say,
Dan's got one. Oh, March Madness, yes.
Oh yes,
Oh, yeah.
we have lots of announcements this.
Hold on.
And like we're getting through them.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So, for those of you that don't
not
know,
7 yet.
every year in the year of March, there's
In the month
people
of March.
and
Let 'em
people
go.
in college.
I can't let that one go.
They take a ball and they run around on a court and they throw it in a bucket.
The year of March.
And a lot of people really like watching that. What we here like to do is we like to predict who's gonna make it
nice
to the
album
next
title,
round.
too.
There's 64 teams,
Yeah.
and then everyone plays,
I
and
would
then
write an
whoever
album
wins at
and
the
call it the
end
Year of March.
wins the golden cup. So, all this being said, if you like March Madness and you are intrigued, I will certainly do it soon. Probably this week. I think it starts March 16th, which I think is next week. That's wild. But yeah, if you like it, even if you don't like it, you don't have to do it. But even if you don't know what it is really what I was trying to say. Just come along. You don't have to know anything about basketball. You just have to know which one you want to choose who goes forward. Squilliam won by looking at the mascots. Thank you, and if you have any other questions, there's a chat in our Discords, plug for our Discord, that just is a basketball
Emoji.
emoji.
Thanks,
Are we ready
Dan.
for the roleplay warm up?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
All right,
Did you preview it? Was I not here when you
I
previewed
did
it?
not
I don't-
preview it
I
because I
didn't think you
realized
did.
I had picked one, but I realized I didn't tell you guys what it is.
Sick.
But that's okay.
That means you get to start.
Okay, that's fine.
Nice.
If you're new here or you haven't been here in a while, we do a roleplay warm-up question where we ask a question of our D&D characters so that we can drop in a little easier. And so that Danny Boy and Drusif can test our mic levels so that they can just worry about playing a lion who occasionally wears pants and a human man
way he worded that
who
was smart.
has a lot of babies
Wait a minute.
And no mummies.
and no mommies. So when we ask this question, if you're in the chat, if you're listening on podcast, if you're watching on YouTube, in the comments, if you want to answer for your character, if you're writing a book, if you're playing a D&D campaign, or if you want to answer for yourself, please do so. We love to hear about it. I think this is specific to this question. There is an episode where we talk about this thing. And all of the comments on this YouTube episode are about the answer to this question. So please, when you listen to these RP warm-up questions, please answer them, because we still pay attention to the comments on YouTube, and it's fun to look at. The question for today is, how does your character eat an Oreo?
How did my character what?
Eat an Oreo. And I will start. Lilith will... Well, Lilith Lafleur, she will take a cup of tea, like a nice heather tea, and she will dunk the Oreo in the tea, and she will bite it. And she likes the, you know, when an Oreo gets kind of mushy and it kind of like starts to blend together, she likes that part. And so she'll like nibble it off little by little, and keep dunking it until she gets to the very end, and that's what she does. That way it feels like it lasts longer. Yes, brother.
I have a question for Lilith. As you do this, what is Lilith's opinion on the Oreo cement at the bottom of the mug when you finish the tea?
It's sludge, but so she doesn't usually drink it.
That's what I needed to hear. You know?
Yep, it's your turn.
All right, so for written task, very simple. It kind of goes one or two ways. Either just pops the whole damn thing in his mouth like a piece of sushi, because that's where you get to experience the whole flavor, and maybe dip it in some peanut butter. Oh, it's so fucking good in peanut butter.
Have you never had an Oreo?
Do you like, are you dipping or are you scooping?
I scoop with the
Okay.
Oreo.
What kind of peanut butter?
For written task, creamy. For Woody, you know,
Woody hasn't had chunky peanut butter in a while because my loving partner does not like chunky peanut butter. But I would choose chunky peanut butter because it's just the superior peanut butter.
Yes, agreed. Unless you're making a sauce, then you need cream.
Yeah,
I
you
just
need
know
peanut
Sarah's
butter,
not watching right now.
Casual fan.
Casual. She's taking care of the Hellion.
Peanut butter. No, it's smooth.
But if I were not dunking in peanut butter, I will. You grab 2 Oreos. You screw them off of each other, so you have one side that's cookie and cream.
Say that again?
You screw them off with each other. You know you gotta screw it. Screw the Oreo.
You what? You what?
You're just digging deeper.
You fuck the Oreo. No, you twist the Oreo off of the pot, and so you have one that's just the cookie, and then you bite the fucking bowl and you eat 2 dry cookies, and then you put you double cream it.
No!
And then you eat the double cream cookie. That's how I do it. Over to you, Ember Fember.
You double cream it.
I do base myself in double okay.
I'm sweating.
Ember would probably be the eats it one piece at a time of like cookie, cream, cookie. Fim Fam does something not quite as similar to that, but like eats like the top of one, leaving the other, and then like continues to do that until it's just like stack. And then he tries to eat it all at once.
Like an Archie, like, or what was the...
Jughead?
But, I mean,
Yeah.
Or like Scooby-Doo.
Oh.
Can I pose a question about Fae eating things like that?
Mm-hmm.
Do the shapes of the food stay perfectly intact until they hit the stomach? Like, do you get the Tom and Jerry like full?
Yeah, it's like
side
it goes
or-
down
yeah.
like through that
Great.
Excellent.
The Feywild is just Looney Tunes.
Yeah, it's just
Yep.
the Toon Force.
If it's not, why are we even here?
Yeah, what was the point?
Yeah.
All right, Ryujin.
Ryujin's
Drusith?
also psycho and piece by piece eats the Oreo.
I don't think that's psycho.
I think the psychotic one is how Jonathan and you eat Oreos, which is cookie, just the cream.
That's what I'm saying. That's what Ryujin does.
So cream last.
Cream last. Cookie.
That is
would you-
psychotic.
But why would you not? Okay, I'm not okay.
That is absolutely psychotic.
But what's the best part of an Oreo?
The cream.
Done.
I would
Eating
say
it-
the mix.
eating
How do
it
you
all at
how do you
once.
eat a cupcake?
I think it's a
How do you
culinary
eat a
experience that it
sandwich?
needs to be experienced together.
The
Cupcake isn't the same thing as an Oreo.
Yeah, it is fundamentally.
No, it is not. Oreos are sandwiches.
Dry, wet. Dry, wet. The wet part is
but
the
that
only
means
one.
you-
That means a lot of things are Oreos.
Okay, all right.
An Oreo as God intended.
If you eat a cupcake
is
like-
cookie, cream, cookie.
That means like a cake is an Oreo.
I need the Bible citation for that.
Can't argue with
If you eat a cupcake like I eat it, it is a sandwich.
He speaks the truth. The words of the divine.
How do you eat a cupcake?
You take the bottom,
Put it on top.
Do you fucking do that?
Yeah.
Wait, I'm
Big
sorry.
time.
How
Okay.
do you eat a cupcake?
you
The
take
way
the
God
bottom,
intended.
break it
Take
off.
it off?
You take the bottom off,
Clearly
and
we're
then you put the
speaking
bottom on top,
lunatics.
and it's now a sandwich.
So,
the icing's in
Absolutely
between.
the
Daniel,
preferred way to
It's
eat.
the best way to eat a cupcake.
Yeah,
For the
Yeah, that's what I do.
You take the bottom of a cupcake and you rip it off and you put it on top. It's a sandwich.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
because I'm a man of class, I eat ass first.
That also.
That also-
That
yeah,
also.
I like that.
Also,
That
what
too,
that
yeah.
does. what that-
Because
I need
the
to eat a
wet
cupcake,
part
I
is the
guess.
better part of the cupcake.
Yes.
What
Exactly.
it does also is allows if you're someone that really gets into the cupcake, you don't get it on your nose if
Yeah.
you make it into a sandwich.
really gets in there.
Yeah.
Is it my turn?
It is your turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it is not the last turn because Will has to go and then do tarot.
So don't do your bit.
Oh.
You can't do it anyway.
So you have to answer this seriously. Yeah.
Get used to it.
Okay. Well.
I'm feeling volatile.
We're saying for both of us or just Dan? Or just Dan?
Just you. Both for us personally, I think that's a Bards After Dark.
Yeah,
Okay.
for Leo.
Leo takes the cookie, smashes it in his hand, and throws it in his mouth.
Oh my god. Yeah! I'm keeping a lot of comments down right now.
He just doesn't really always want an Oreo. All right.
Speaking of, my lovely sister-in-law brought us Oreos from Thailand
Oh.
during their trip. Yeah. So
I'm excited.
they're Oreo thins.
I think they only
I
make
wanna
thins
smell
outside of this
them.
country.
Oreo thin slap.
Because
So,
I
like,
can't eat them, but I wanna
We'll,
huff them.
we'll eat them just cause.
I have an Oreo then.
All right.
Callias is even more psycho than I am.
Wow.
in that Callias is only interested in the icing because the biscuit part is just not. It's not like a fun macaron squishy biscuit, so it has no purpose. So Callias is going to scrape the icing off, only eat the icing, and then feed the biscuits to the snakes.
I like that.
Oh, that's cute.
Because they have no need for it, and the snakes will probably eat it regardless.
I find that less weird than the way that you eat an Oreo.
I am getting to the point where I'm about to start not eating the biscuits of an Oreo because I don't like it.
But
I'm only eating the Oreo for the cream. I would rather
you
eat.
just have cream in your hand.
I would literally prefer
That's
to
a
buy a box that was just the cream stacked in the
That's a
plastic.
demo.
Would you not just like lick the cream off?
Lick,
Each
lick,
eat all-
lick,
What do
lick.
you mean?
Well, you eat it at the same
Could you
time.
just like lick the cream off?
Have you ever seen the way I eat a Jaffa cake?
Do you have one, Will?
You
I do not.
don't you
Oh.
eat around it and then get the orange?
you do have one.
I
have it.
yes.
They
Oh, I
smell.
see.
They
You
smell
can-
fudgy.
Ooh, they-
smell
yeah,
fudgy.
So yeah, they're
like hot
a
chocolate.
chocolate
Hang on.
cream. They're not a traditional cream. Chocolate cream.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
One second.
Oh, don't do that, Will.
Get crumbs all over your computer.
Hey.
Oh, that sounds so great.
Sounds delicious.
Stop it.
Oh, good.
Yeah. What was I going to say about
I don't like it.
Oreos? Yeah, the biscuits. They're just not.
Those
Oh
are-
no, Jaffa cake. That's what it was.
Those aren't very
I've
good.
evolved to the point where again I peel all of the chocolate and the jelly off. So I just am holding the raw jelly, eat the rest of it simply as substance because I don't want to hold the rest of it, and then savor just the jelly.
I'll eat a golden Oreo. I just don't like chocolate that much, so
All right. I think we learned a lot about
do
each
a
other
whole
today.
thing at once.
There's some
Oreo.
jokes you can make.
Shall we
about
do
that.
the tarot poll now?
Don't want to eat my
Let's
own
do it.
kind. Exactly.
So for the folks at home, I guess I have never done a recap for this in the same way that you do the RP warm up, and I like that. We have been pulling some form of prophetic cards since the very first session of Bards. It started out as angel cards, and then I got my act together and brought not only tarot cards, but the Dragon Age tarot cards, because we're all nuts over here, and we've been gradually pulling these cards throughout the campaign. And I don't know when I started doing this, but I started to stop including the cards that we had pulled back into the pile. So now we are down to the last 5 cards of the major arcana before we'll have to reshuffle them for the last few sessions of the campaign, which is quite fun. But who wants to pull the 5th to last of the arcana here?
I will, because it's Women's History Month.
Great.
Hell yeah.
Kick us off.
We've got some bangers in here.
Banger from banger.
Okay, it's been pulled. You know what's funny? As I was shuffling the deck, I was like, let me pull one just to see what it is, and it was this fucking card.
Really?
Yes, absolutely. There's somebody can see me doing it on the recap. Judgment, baby, judgment. Does what it says on the tin, right? It's the clarity of decision. It is coming to a head. It is action. You know, actions speak louder than words. And yeah, I don't know what more else there is to say about that. If anybody else has some fun readings, I feel like Judgment's one of those cards that pretty much is as it says. There is no reading between the lines. It's not a good card, not a bad card. It just, Judgment simply is, and Judgment comes.
What would you say?
And this is the picture, for those of you, I don't know if you can see, it's a Grey Warden riding a Griffin into combat against the Darkspawn.
Oh, this whole time. I
thought it was Blackwall.
Yeah.
Or so, spoiler free, it's a Grey Warden riding a Griffin, right?
Well, you know what they say about.
The game has been out for 10 years.
It's a Grey Warden riding a Griffin.
All right.
Don't have
Well,
any nice details.
hey Dan. What do you do when you look at the sun directly during an eclipse?
Now, welcome back. If you just tuned in,
I love it.
if you just tuned in, this is Dungeons and Dragons.
Okay, so my friends,
The one.
as the camera pans back down, thank you. We find our crew with a K, back boots on the ground in Cordia 4, home. And especially home for Rittenhask. You all arrived in the outskirts of Nestleton and were greeted by a few, seems, retainers of the barons and the baron and baroness themselves. Rykard Emmanuel Rittenhask II, and also Rittenhask's mother, Warren Jane Rittenhask, baroness.
War and Peace.
War and Peace.
Bring back of
I know.
all the things to reboot. Haven't touched Sky yet. And that's
They are. They're looking at actually making sequels.
okay. Good.
I just read an article about this the other day. But anyways,
Cool. But in the first hello, you learned that in the aftermath of the war, during the war, many have died.
The war named what?
Fuck, I
What's
didn't
the name of the war?
I forgot to name the war.
Name the war.
you fuck with the war?
Stand by.
Not appearing.
Chat, name the war. Chat, name the war.
Name the war, chat.
whoa, that's crazy.
Don't let them do
Don't
that.
give
Don't
that
let the
power
chat
to the
name
chat.
the war.
Woody, you've
they
learned
might
this
come up with some
lesson
great
multiple
ideas.
times.
Conflict.
Greg.
It's. I mean, I have my notes as the Civil War.
Okay.
Okay.
It's gonna need a better name than that.
Gushing Greg.
Vola will get on it.
Isn't it multiple kingdoms?
You know what? Maybe at the end, let's name it together because
the
we can
end?
talk about it. Or
I mean, what are the two factions called?
It's the Golds and it's the Golden Concordant and the Revan Pact.
The
What
gold
was it
and
about?
silvereds.
The golds and purples.
It was about
Yeah.
one side.
The
it
war
started
of
off
gold
that
and
people
purple.
wanted to like split into 7 separate kingdoms and live on their own.
I
The
think once we
Royal
find out more
Rumble.
about what happened, we'll be able to name it.
Yeah, that's what. Let's find out more about how we can kind of name it. But basically,
Gold and purple are colors of royalty. The royal war, like the war of like there's
I'll say it again. The Royal Rumble.
the Royal
Like, let's-
Rumble. Yeah.
Battle Royale.
yeah. We'll talk about it. I can't believe I forgot to name the fucking war. I mean, I was too deep in the map stuff with Hannah this week.
It's fun.
Little preview.
So, learn that in this conflict, many have died, including Rittenhask's older brother, Rykard Emmanuel Rittenhask III, had fallen in the Battle of Griffin's Pass. So, that's where we pick up. A Rittenhask crying with his family around him, including all of you, and his stacked dad and his stacked mom hugging him. Rykard, Sr., kind of straightens himself up and says,
Well, Junior's dead, so of course we know.
yeah.
Well, there's another one also.
So sorry.
The grandfather.
Oh, but he's not here either.
Yeah, grandfather's not here.
That's what I'm saying.
So, oh god, now I'm confused. Rittenhask's dad is the Baron. Yes.
The Baron.
And Baron is not here.
The Baron is standing in front of you.
The one that's standing in front of us.
And Heir Rykard Emmanuel Rittenhask II.
The third.
In my notes, in our notes, it was the second. Yeah, I thought you
The Baron is the second. The heir was the third.
got it.
It's like a math problem.
This is why I needed to clarify.
This is why I don't take notes, because I just let things wash over me, and I'm like, I'll get it at some point. Keep going.
Well, I just wanted to make sure that Rittenhask didn't have two brothers.
No,
'cause that's what
Rittenhask has a older brother and a younger sister.
Well, he
Had him.
Philip
doesn't have an older brother anymore. So.
Rip.
No, he still has
Rip
an older
and
brother.
Hask.
He just isn't alive.
Yeah.
Doesn't erase the brotherhood.
Let's talk about semantics.
Okay. All right. But
I'm apologize. Welcome, you are guests here. We will bring you to our manor, and we will prepare a feast. in the return of our son and his companions. I can't wait to hear the stories. Would you please excuse me? I will step away. Come, love. Rittenhouse, would you like to join us? And kind of looks towards you guys. No, sorry.
Leopold.
Okay.
Can you imagine?
We're still stepping in.
Rittenhouse.
He's like a coach.
Imagine Dad's like Minju. Get over here.
I mean, yes, you're right.
Wow, is Rittenhouse Troy Bolton?
Yes, clearly.
Yeah, honestly, Chad's husband.
He just wants to sing.
I can see him. So it's literally he's coming out of my mouth. So clearly doing that one move.
He just wants to bake. He doesn't want to fight.
Wow.
He does.
Wow.
to fake right, fake left.
Rittenhouse kind of looks to you guys like, I'm just gonna go be with them for a second. I'll see you guys at dinner, and it's casual. They're dressed casual. No need to dress up.
I don't have dress up.
I know.
I mean, maybe bathe.
Oh yeah, that's probably good.
We have a really nice sauna.
Oh, say less.
Oh.
Didn't we just go to a sauna?
But there's, you can never have too many saunas.
Yeah, wait.
I mean, I it's not a thing I frequent.
Obviously.
If you can, wouldn't you?
No. Why would I need to get clean that often?
All right, Leonidas,
Gotta get dirty.
you go do something completely different while we go to the
While we
sauna.
all go to the sauna.
All right.
Okay. You are not required.
You are all
Not me.
escorted through Nestleton. It's about a 15, 20-minute walk to get through the small town. It's a small town. Just a few stone buildings, a large stone inn in the center, a few wooden and stone shops in the outskirts. First kind of notable thing you see is there are fields, but these massive trees that have this beautiful moss hanging from them. A lot like Spanish moss. But here it's, they just call it southern moss because it grows in the southern areas. Basically, Revan, there's a little bit of it in Revan, but then anything south of Revan is quite a bit of this sort of foliage. There's a few citrus stands. As you make your way up the hill, you see a church on the smaller hill over to the left, and finally the manor house, which is a modest house, a small tower with two towers and one main building. And you're brought in, you're shown to the rooms that you would be staying in if you wish to tonight, and also given any sort of accoutrement for bathing, for getting ready, for any kind of snacks as well. You're taken well care of. Anything you'd like to do before they host you for a meal? And it's about, I would say the meal is going to be, it's about 4 o'clock. So it's like an early dinner.
I was just going to do something while we were walking through the town, actually. Sort of tug on Leonidas's cape.
My dear friend. Yes. Come.
I don't think I'm equipped to deal with this, mate.
Oh, well, in what way?
Well, it's just been a long time since we were down boots on ground somewhere, you know. Long time. And I think difficult to put it right. And it, the sense of scale has changed really quickly. And not that one thing's more important than another, but I'm feeling a little bit. You know, when an horse cart goes round a corner too fast, and you're still back there, and the horse cart's turning. I'm still back there, and the horse cart has already immediately turned.
Well, let me just say this, right?
Please.
If there's any creature, person, being that I think can do, I'm having a bit of a trouble right now.
You're switching it. You're my money now. Say it.
We can work on a language later.
Right,
It's okay. Just get the words out.
Yes. If anyone can do it, it's you. You became a big serpent thing.
Well, that's what I'm saying though.
Well,
I worry, and I'm going to ask you a favour.
sure, right.
just keep an eye on me, please.
Right.
Because
I'll do.
I'm worried about not. I'm worried I might stop caring.
Well, you
That's
care
what I'm.
You care
you're
about. You care about Lilith.
I do.
You
very
care
much.
about Jen.
Very much.
You care about Ember.
Yes, absolutely.
You care about me.
Yeah.
So why would you stop caring?
Because you even just said it. We were just doing all things, big serpents, planets, and all this, and now we're talking about a war
I see you.
in a country I still don't really know, innit?
I see your bug. Hold on.
And I don't want to do that. I don't want to feel like that again. So I'm just asking, and it's a big ask, but keep a close eye, and don't let me stray too far.
Now, I also think it's important to shut up.
Now listen here.
Oh shit!
I may just be a country lawyer, but
Now don't you worry.
It's a dialect of the.
Stay. Keep it there.
But we were in Burma. Michael Code, like you did the first page. I'm really, you've got to understand that. Sometimes you've got to make sure that you take the plunge. And if I've seen you do things that I've never seen any other being do. And I never in my wildest fear would have thought that I would be best friends with the scariest one that I've met. And that's you.
Did you say best friends, babe?
Who else would be my best friend?
I'm gonna just like, unless you're gonna throw me off, I'm gonna just leap up onto your back.
Yeah? Well, look at you. Oh, what?
Onward, steed.
He said best friend, then called him a horse.
As you guys walk, a voice pops behind you. Pops up behind you guys, and it's like, "Oi, I don't want to interrupt a moment, but if you want my 2 cents, then it's Tatsu speaking in Draconic.
You speak the tongue.
Oi, mate,
Fuck.
From on top of your shoulders.
mate, do I speak the motherfucking tongue? No. You think I invented a fucking tongue?
You need to invent this tongue.
Oh, I did, mate, but it's a term phrase, you know what I'm saying?
All
You
right.
should have led with this, mate.
It's true.
You should have led with this.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes people who don't know the tongue don't appreciate it.
Well, yeah.
Don't appreciate their own tongues.
Sure.
Oh, yeah. When they're just waggling tongues, it feels good, doesn't it?
You ever wagged a tongue?
No, it feels fantastic.
Fucking fantastic,
Fucking
mate.
fantastic.
But what I'm saying,
please.
people, just people, wherever you go. When I was in Reaver, they were all talking about being great helpers to the city. It's just a different city. People are people. Doesn't matter if it's a dragon or a giant or your friend's boyfriend's parents. It's all good, mate. Just treat them like people, and they'll treat you like people.
Your friend's boyfriend's parents.
You're saying that.
It's all right.
You're saying that. I'm just keeping it straight.
Still thinking about it too hard.
Helping somebody fetch a cat out of a tree, end of the day, might have the same effect as like stopping their son from being munched.
Exactly, mate. Goodwill's just goodwill. You know what I'm saying?
Goodwill's just goodwill.
Ah,
You might be alright, Tatsu.
Oh, it's the
You might be alright.
thanks, mate.
It's the parents of the boyfriend.
Oi, yeah.
Oh, that was,
There it is.
That
You
was
got there,
confusing.
mate. You got there.
Oi. You know what's really inconsiderate? Exclusionary speech.
Who is speaking? Is it Fim Fam?
That's very
Oi, mate. Sorry. I was just giving advice to Callias and Leonidas.
I will
I
say,
just think that
It
what
is-
everybody get.
it has been stated that
It's a joke.
Everyone.
that I do translate, even if I can pick it up to the two of you who don't.
Oh. Yeah, but FimFam isn't part, like, privy to that.
Oh,
FimFam
that's
is
fair.
just
I mean-
is saying
I mean,
to them, let's be considerate. I don't know.
Or have secret conversations.
Don't,
What do you
yeah,
want?
don't, like, I don't know.
So we're going to dinner with your boyfriend's family, and you just found out that your boyfriend's brother's dead.
Boyfriend is crazy. Hold on, wait. What? Okay.
I thought you guys
I'm
were
joking.
official.
Are we? Do we have this
I
conversation?
thought that happened.
Is that?
I mean,
The titles of things, is that something that has to matter?
considering that we've been the only people that we've known for more than 5 minutes at a time, I'd say that everyone knows. So I feel like that is official, right?
Okay.
The walls were not that.
Are you guys official?
thin. Yeah.
Not that thick, yeah.
Oh,
What do you mean?
I'm just out of the loop then.
I mean, Yara's my wife.
No, I'm not.
That was made official before we.
Yeah. Through a ceremony,
we're
was
talking
like.
about-
It's
we're talking about
perhaps
tables, aren't we?
perhaps a conversation. Oof. Where am I going?
Where are you going?
There's a lot of accents in the room.
Because you do like 8 at once. It's actually honestly impressive.
And
You have a beautiful mind, Dan.
Continental dialect. The whole continent.
I'm not right. So
What do you mean?
and I have to have Fim Fam somewhere in my head. Title in my mind is not synonymous with official in the sense of substantial. Do you know what I mean?
I understand.
Yeah.
Maybe just kind of.
If I'm being fair, to you all, Tatsu.
Yeah.
Well, you're cutting in.
Yes, I'm cutting in.
That's what he does.
Now,
who
are you?
I am Ryujin's brother from another mother.
Oh, right. You are the both of us. Okay.
Another Ryujin's brother.
Yeah, another Ryujin's brother, but
That was really
just yeah. But I kind of picked up on all the right when I met you guys. So
Then list it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you know?
You and Rittenhask obviously are together. You sleep in the same room. You two, Ember and Lilith, you guys are obviously a thing. I think FimFam does have a thing for the guy who's on the ship that I don't remember his name, but he talks funny.
The tree?
No. You know, the weird guy who talks funny.
EB?
Him, EB, yeah.
You think Fim Fam
Oh,
has a thing
I just think
for
FimFam
EB?
stares at him a lot.
Probably.
I mean, that would make sense.
It's really funny.
Fair, yes.
I try to. Confession, guys. I'm not as mean-spirited as my brother, but sometimes I like messing with people.
Do you play pranks on EB?
No, I just
You
I
have
just
my-
look at him and I think he thinks that I'm some sort of like very magical. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, you
You have my full permission to play pranks on him.
Yeah,
if
yeah.
you want to, that would be funny.
Nah, I don't know
It's
if
just
that's
in-
necessary to my
Oh, you're with us?
EB's been here.
Drifts out of the fucking face.
No, I don't know if that's gonna be the right thing to do.
I stayed on the ship with Reg. That's what I was
stayed
like.
on the ship.
No, I listened to the episode before we came, and it's he came down the rope in an awkward way.
Oh, you're right. We did talk about this. Fuck.
Okay, well
right,
then
he was
FimFam
dead.
would not have been saying this. We're retconning a complete.
Okay.
Yeah, I also wouldn't have been the same.
Either. And then you two are obviously just like best friends. Well, you're all friends, but
Yeah.
What about you? You have a love life?
I never really had time.
Is there ever truly time? You
I
just kinda-
guess less of time, more the appropriate opportunity.
Fair.
Love has a way of making time for itself.
I'm open
That's-
to it.
The most profound thing I've ever heard you say.
Well, it's true. When you feel love for someone, time means nothing.
That was beautiful.
Maybe this Cordia has somebody for me. I don't know. Anybody
I
got
still
it?
think you two should kiss because I don't think you're actually brothers. And like you could kiss.
That's a line that I just don't want to go.
That just might be weird for you. I mean, I've never met another Tatsu, but I just,
it's
you know,
really it's weird.
knowing
for me.
that you had another person that was like me, that is your brother, that does not sit right with
Spitting
me,
image.
I will say.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
just-
I think not.
Yes.
I think not.
I'm okay.
Spitting.
I'm okay with the
No,
I
spot.
don't
don't
think
think
that
there might be. We might like create a crack in the iteration
Is your-
lines, make some new tempora. We don't need that.
Since we're taking this time to speak with you,
All right.
Tatsu,
Yeah. Let's do it.
is your iteration
Here we go.
Has it passed?
If you're talking about the as I learned at the extinction events that were put in place by Mobio and the past heirs, it did happen. It was thwarted.
Right.
But it did. There's a scar on the earth that will never heal, so to speak.
So, the one that you left though. How much? What is the time difference between what we're experiencing now? And I tell him the date.
It's different. They it's hard to look at it that way. If you understand what I'm saying, it's not necessarily the time difference of X, Y, or like, oh, it's gonna be this many years ahead. It's we count time differently. We have different months. We have I mean, our seasons work relatively the same, but it's just different enough, right? It's hard to give you a direct answer on that.
You might have different months, but you would not technically have different years unless you have different numbers. In which case, that would be very fascinating.
But you know what I mean, though, by that. Like it's
sure
we follow things differently than what I would. I mean, I don't know this. I just got here. So, but in the past, the other one I've been to, the other few I've been to actually, it's, I guess, my working theory. It's a big enough time to where it doesn't matter. A lot of the past history is myth.
At what point in your time did you leave it?
I left it probably a good few centuries after the big event. That helps.
Mm-hmm. And that was how long ago?
That I left, or that the event happened?
That you left.
I left my Cordia about, I think about 5 years ago. I haven't really been keeping too much track. That when you guys may know, but when you're traveling through the void,
that's fair.
The time doesn't really work the same. At least just hit you the same.
I agree, and I'll give you that amount of levity. I just believe that as we're going into this, doing whatever we can to have some sense of mapping of this complexity of time will behoove us in the future.
Yes. Since your iteration's heir was just recently attempted to be chosen before you smashed that wheel rather dramatically, there's still maybe eon left. Millennia. 1,000 years of millennia?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like millennia.
For this
or two.
iteration.
For this iteration, before the extinction event in Revan hypothetically takes place, from my research.
Our extinction event already began. We stopped it.
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
It just seems very soon.
Well, I can tell you, I still have pieces of it on me now.
As well as I do.
We triggered it accidentally.
Okay, we may have a lot less time than I thought we did.
How
I'm sorry?
much less time?
I mean, it's in the grand scheme, so we may have a year. Maybe more.
A year until.
I would say if your extinction event just happened, it's probably under a decade away.
That's
within. It's either going to happen
What?
this year or in a decade.
What's under a decade away? An extinction event?
Where the Maison de Rêve, how you say it, the necropolis, is destroyed or erased. I don't know what happens, but something happens to where what I'm searching for doesn't exist.
Can I ask a question?
I assume it's the tangle.
And that triggers extinction?
They usually coincide with each other, the extinction event and Revan, like one leads to another.
What the fuck do we do all this work for?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
It's like a set in stone. This is gonna happen. No, nothing changes it. Goodbye. Good luck. See you tomorrow.
Well, it seems not really, because if it's happening much sooner than I thought, something you all must have changed something. But a lot of those facilities that have been in place by the heirs, the past heirs, are still there and can be utilized.
Not the first time we've broken Telecaster's equipment. We can do it again. We were already going to go down to the necropolis anyway, assuming there was a tangle there, knowing there is a tangle there. We're going to have to dismantle it. And that dismantling will have to be done in a way that assures that it won't go off anymore. You were from 3?
Yes.
Okay.
I've traveled to 1, I've traveled to 2, and I've traveled to 5.
Oh, yes. The 4th heir. We have an heir who is still with us. The process that we were going through was to prevent the heir of the 5th being chosen.
Yes.
The heir of the 4th is Zorinthia from Cordia 1, and they're on the moon now.
Okay.
Do you hear something about a group called the Community?
Yes.
Or the Conclave? She is running it from the moon. We know nothing more about her. We know nothing more about her methods or if she intends to act at all. But just so you know.
It's obvious that this timeline now is different than ones that I have studied in the past. And to be fair, studying it's hard to study information that is considered long lost, and that event like before antiquity, what we would call it now. So I'm going off of stones, myths, and trying to put it together.
Because when you go to the first iteration, the second iteration, you're going in there now. Which is for a long ass time after any of this.
Their now is so much later than our now.
Yes.
But it is all now.
You can't go back.
I've never met anybody who actually could. That sort of magic is,
let me tell you,
beyond that, even those of Mobio.
If anyone that could go back, it would be us.
Well, no, we can't do that anymore.
We can't do that anymore. I lied.
We could figure out a way, but
We
that's
might
not
be
for
able to
now.
figure out a way.
That's a project for after all of this is done.
I'm not the one that normally speaks.
Yes, but that is my one of the reasons, because I thought after I went to 1 and 2 and saw they were destroyed, I figured I'd skip to the furthest one I could find. And then when I realized that one's too young.
Wait, but
I started to 3 and
so you did go back.
No, not back in. You can't go back in time. Imagine traveling to a different country.
You just went to a different iteration in the same time. You
exactly.
Went back in time in that iteration.
Yes, where the necropolis, the true Maison de Rêve that has the tomb that I'm looking for, this tomb of lost information, exists only for a certain amount of time in each iteration.
And it's here now.
And as far as my research tells me, this is the only one that has it.
So is our plan, we have dinner tonight, have a nice bath. Tomorrow, or maybe tonight after dinner, because it's early, we maybe sit down with the written husks in their planning room, maps and tables, and figure out what the hell has happened the last time. Chunk. And I would say, given we may have less time than we thought, I think we are good at acting quickly, but I'd rather act sooner rather than later. And once we have all the information we can glean here, we move to Revan perhaps as early as tomorrow morning, depending on how much information we get tonight.
I think that's a great plan. I think the sooner we get there to understand and then just answer that question of how much time do we have, the better.
Maybe I should ask you this after you've had wine. No, after wine.
Okay.
Drink first, then we will talk.
Aye. I need to drink after this information. Fucking hell.
I have to say I'm confused, but that's pretty normal.
What do you?
Okay. I will say, I think I misspoke. The extinction event and the Mason Rev's destruction. I don't even know if that's what actually happens. They are connected, but not always the same thing. So it seems that you guys did thwart your extinction event, whatever you were talking about. I don't. What was it? Was it?
It was well, it's related. It was a storm. These storms began of necromantic energy that were raising the dead everywhere, and they were beginning to spread before we stopped them.
How did we
stop it?
It was the dealing with the tablets and the Valknut and going to the well that stopped them.
We brought these
because the well was the relic of Mobio 4.
Right.
That was causing the extinction event.
So that did stop it.
The
It
necropolis.
seems so long ago.
It was. It was a very long time ago.
This is Kyle's confusion.
The necropolis, what is at the heart of the necropolis, is undoubtedly Mobian or Thelacassian in origin. We know there is a tangle there. We almost went there to get the temporite we needed to go to Mobio 5. We didn't go there, we went to other places instead. However, given the Sage's presence, Sage of Necromancy's 4 presence in Mobio 5 leads me to believe that there was communication happening across iterations through the community or otherwise, and something in the necropolis is intrinsically linked to all this. And maybe it just involves like burning the boats of those we had dealt with on the island. You don't want the pieces left over, so perhaps there is enough left over in the necropolis that Thelicas was not interested in keeping around much longer after his plans were thwarted.
And Vecna had maps of the catacomb.
I have them.
I think it is impossible to say whether or not the Dark One and Thelicas had connections, but I think given the squid presence in Mobio 5, the Dark One did not like where Thelicas was going and wanted to deal with that. And I think has some dealings with the Sage as well. They're clearly up the same road.
Undead.
Magical
it also sounds
scholarship.
like maybe you guys defused the bomb, but the warhead is still there.
Right.
That's a great way to put it, because I was about
What's
to
a warhead?
rage about...
It's the head of a war.
It's the part of the bomb that goes boom.
What's a bomb?
like a, grenade?
I have
like
one right
an
here.
explosion thing? Like something that explodes.
So if you pull this pin, it makes a big force explosion, fire damage all at once.
People.
Or the you've taken away the timer, but the arsenal still exists.
Right. Barrels of gunpowder.
Yes. Gatlock.
You don't want that going off. Okay. Rest, food and drink, maps and talking. Rest again. Leave.
And you were worried about it.
I was I couldn't speak the language a year ago.
But you're doing great, mate.
What an immersion program can do for you.
That's absolutely
A
right.
semester at sea.
It's like that episode of Simpsons when Bart goes to France.
Trial
That's
by
an
fire.
episode.
They go everywhere in that show.
Yeah.
They don't age.
They don't.
No.
And I want to know how that's possible.
Most cartoons don't age.
Animation.
Skin cream.
Like, can we
Topical
talk
skin
about
cream.
this for a
Matt
second?
Goring drinks the blood of innocence.
How is it that they don't age and they've been around for 21
Maybe every single
years?
episode is a different multiversal variant. Same thing.
So
Think about that.
with all that, you guys are. Let's just say you are at the castle. You are anything else anyone wants to talk about before we hit dinner and talking with the written asks.
Lilith just helps Ryujin get dressed and make sure he's like looking really fresh.
I'm gonna go to the sauna, but not go to the sauna, and just do a little tasteful snooping around the castle. I'm not trying to sneak anywhere. I'm not trying to be surreptitious, but I just want to see what's in the building.
Yeah, there are 4 main floors. There is the Baron's Tower that's on one wing, and then there is the guest tower. You all will be staying in the guest tower, whereas the family stays within the other tower. There are other bedrooms throughout, a few in the main building. But roll me an investigation check to see like what rooms you find.
I also am not going in the spa, and I also, without talking to Goliath, will go in.
I was also gonna snoop similarly without.
I love the idea that the Nightmare Krew like is like, oh, see you at the spa, and then eventually just bumps into each other. Like,
Would you like to go to the spa?
I would love to. Let's go to the
Oh,
spa.
perfect. I'll bring Tatsu with me.
Better than me, dude. Jesus.
Fam, you can't come to the spa. Sorry, go take a bath somewhere else.
Okay.
Did Fim just get socked on the door? Like, is that just what happened? Holy shit!
He's supposed to be there.
To the
He has to
public
write the
spa.
legends, right? He's the bard.
I think you rolled a lot. I think he
Unless
rolled a lot
Fim wants
higher
to
than
join, which I don't
Everything.
think he does.
that. I think, Goliath, what did you roll?
a dirty, filthy 20.
Okay, I rolled a filthy 10.
Filthy 10. And
Fuck.
Well, your phone's in there.
Yeah, I should probably move it so it won't be cocked.
Okay.
This is investigation.
It's just as impressive.
yeah.
That is gonna be.
What'd you roll, Drew?
13.
Bakers.
A 13?
Yeah.
With a 13 and the 20 and the 10.
A soilful 20.
13. You guys find there's a for you two, and this is where you guys bump into each other. It's a pretty standard. There's like a library. You all kind of find that. There's you find the kitchens. People are cooking in there.
What are you cooking?
A dwarven woman looks up and she goes, "What you saying?
What are you cooking?
We're having ourselves a ball.
A ball?
A ball.
I'd like to join.
I want to play the Winter
What
Palace
language?
music from.
Is this
Revolution
common
right
with an
now.
accent or is this?
Common with an accent.
Okay.
I'd like to join the ball.
No, not a ball. It's a bar.
Bar? A what?
A ball.
We're in Louisiana. We're in fantasy Louisiana.
I can't do a Creole accent, so don't ask me to.
Then what are you doing?
saying?
I'm doing a bit of one.
You gotta
Saying
take
boil.
like French and Southern.
Mouchon, and
Like,
we'll have a
think
ball.
Gambit. Think Gambit.
Yeah.
Not Destiny Gambit. X-Men Gambit.
Yeah.
I know that there's a lot of.
We're having a ball.
That was a-
I'll work on it. I will work on
Now it sounds like we're having a boy.
it. We're having a boil, Dan.
Oh.
So you smell lots of seafood in the air
your fucking
and
boiling
spices. Huh?
Is that like a barbecue?
I don't always eat seafood.
It's having a shrimp boil, you know?
Okay. A bunch of seafood.
Well, so she's pots and she's like this dwarf woman is pointing. It's like we got some jambalaya, we got some big old ball basket right there. We got some
Sound like Foghorn
crustaceans.
Leghorn.
We got some
Crawfish.
clams, some crawfish. I got a whole bunch of baked bread, and we'll make some po' boys out of that. It's got some chicken fried in the fry. What else do you want?
I don't want any of that. I thought
Yes,
there
you-
was
what?
I thought there was a ball.
There will be a
wanted to
dinner.
dance.
No, sir, I'm busy. I'm gonna ask you to leave while I'm working here.
I'll sit.
Before we go,
I'll sit.
what seasonings? What are we doing with the?
Oh my god, really?
Fantasy. What is it? What's that? What's the Louisiana seasoning? Oh my God.
Slap your mama or? That is a seasoning.
Yeah, no, but it's the old O'Shaughnessy. Fuck, what's his
The
name?
Old Bay?
Oshak Hennessy?
What?
No, fuck. There's a lot of seasoning.
We're-
Old Bay, I thought is like Massachusetts.
No, it is like Massachusetts or Maryland, like that.
Yeah, that's like
East
that
Coast, yeah.
East Coast
So,
boil.
like Cajun?
Cajun seasoning.
Occasion season.
Yeah,
but
it's
that's
more Cajun
slap your
seasoning.
mama is a
Slap
Cajun
your mama.
season.
What is that? It's like
Someone in the chat.
We're getting too deep.
It's not that. I'll look it up and I'll tell. It's like a very
Someone
famous.
said Zataran?
Oh,
I can
Zatarains?
see the
The
van
j-
going
the
off of the
jambalaya.
bridge right now.
Huh?
We're going into another layer of the
Basically,
bridge.
it's just some good old.
Dreamy says Tony's.
Tony Shakanari or whatever. Oh my God.
We're getting too deep.
It's okay.
I need to know this.
It's too late now. I understand this first.
Anyway.
Tony Shat.
damn! I shouldn't have asked
Tony
this question.
CHACHERER.
You saying the letters out loud doesn't give
That
me
didn't help.
Shakanaries or like Shakanaries or something like that. I don't know how to say it.
Cajun.
Someone in the chat just said seasoning pit stop.
I get. The only reason I know is because I get on like Creole TikTok every once in a while. Like they're cooking and making a big old boil.
Dreamy just says Tony's.
Tony's.
You just
I guess we call it
Tony's.
Tony's. All right.
He lives 2 hours from NOLA.
From NOLA. All right. Thank you, Dreamy. I appreciate it.
NOLA.
No.
I'm not.
No,
I don't
That was
live
the
down
sometimes part of D&D.
No.
Yes. Yeah. We sometimes play D&D.
And mostly do this.
There's just and it smells really good. There's bread
you,
cooking.
Dreamy.
There's sausages. A lot of meat and seafood. Not a lot of salad, but that's okay.
I don't need salad. Thank you so much.
Pickles.
Bowel movements are interesting.
Stupid.
What what you guys do find, you find it first. So I'll let you have some time alone in there. Kind of a old armory. It's like when it's like this was my grandfather's armor and like a portrait. I don't know what else like the royal
the heirloom
armory.
room.
Yeah,
kind of.
And so a lot of and you see like trophy room. Yeah.
I'm about to die.
Lots of stuff. There's these beautiful swords of various kind of types. They've been gifts. You can tell that the Rittenhask family is pretty old. There's been a Rittenhask here for it looks like, looking back, about 10 generations.
So I'm ripping ass in these parts of Nestleton for quite a while.
I'm sniffing for the dustiest, oldest, like not even something that looks like it's been like neglected necessarily, but something that has maybe been covered by other shit, like something that is so old that people just haven't remembered to care for it in some time. What are the items in here from as far back as I can tell?
Okay, the oldest items? Because like ones that have been neglected and oldest are going to be different.
Let's do both. Oldest first, then neglected.
With neglected, there is a corner of the room that has a tarp thrown over it, and that's what you see.
Oh.
It's the Batmobile.
You throw it off, and
there's a man.
Not a lot of dust has been settled here compared to some other corners.
Okay.
You see, this room hasn't been it's dusted kind of regularly, but like it seems to be used very much. This seems to be a corner of Rykard's trophies. You see on where you took it off, there's this like small, like little, like not little boy, but like a teenager-sized armor, a painting of him looking with like this beautiful armor that you would recognize to be the armor of the Amber Cascades. And on the painting, you see the title. He is this painting was made when he became a what is it? Tribune of a legion.
I'm just going to put my hand out, let the sparks of magic sort of flicker across the fingers, and prestidigitate it all to be perfectly clean and dustless.
Yeah.
Nice.
One thing you do see is a little hand-carved knight, very crudely carved, but knight on a horse. And it's all one piece of wood. And that's just been kind of placed on like a little shelf right next to everything else.
Just like a...
Roll me a wisdom. Insight.
Oh, wow. I thought you were about to say wisdom saving throw, and I was about to...
Papa's gonna get cursed. That's 15.
You intuit that he must have whittled this himself. And it was a little toy of his.
I am going to... I'm not trying to defy anything. I'm going to hang on to that until I see Rittenhask tonight.
Okay. The oldest thing you find is this... it's not made out of metal, not made out of wood. It looks like this, like, some sort of natural material, and it is a harpoon kind of looking spear. It has, it's made out of some sort of ivory of sorts. Like
How similar does it look to the spear that we gave to Rittenhask some time ago?
That spear had some bone elements to it, but this one is not nearly as scary looking. This one has some metal inlay on it, though, some like filigree on it, like especially at the base, and like a nice kind of metal back end. It is a pike length and it has a jagged harpoon end. So it's similar because it's a spear made out of mostly
but not-
like natural, but it's not the same.
Nothing timey-wimey that way.
No, like history repeats itself. No.
Oh man. How?
And then with it is a shield made out of the same material.
Like a bone ivory sort of filigree shield. How well, like, taken care of does this spear look?
Perfectly.
Okay.
The shield and the spear look perfectly taken care of.
I'm going to suppress my desire for loot and not snatch it right yet. But I like that the hunter in Callias is slobbering after a well-made harpoon. Slobbering after it, but I can't just snatch it.
And the last thing I'll give you with this, next to it you assume it must be his the 10th generation relative is standing on the corpse of a seeming dragon that it's slayed with this. And you see it's not just pike. You see in the painting he's holding something else with it. That is looks like a little atlatl. You know those things where you put a spear on it and you.
Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah, nope, that's different.
Wait a minute.
Quetzalcoatl's very different.
Axolotl.
Not an axolotl.
Damn it.
It's like an atlatl.
Can I pick the
Waddle away, waddle.
Can I pick the harpoon up? How does it feel?
It's decently heavy. Definitely seems to be need to be strong to yeet this thing. And as you pick it up, actually what you thought was that metal filigree kind of pops off, and it's the throwing
yeet
device. The yeet stick.
So you'd say it would require more brute force to wield than being.
It is not a finesse weapon at all. This is as long as a pike and can also with this thing be thrown like basically a ballista.
Whoa. Okay. Do I sense any magic from it? Any enchantment?
Yeah. You definitely get like a tingle when you touch it, but you don't know exactly what.
Grab that.
Then.
At that moment, Ryujin and Leonidas walk in the room.
I was just about to poke my head out the door and yell for you.
And Tatsu's just kind of like quietly there.
Look at this thing.
What have you found?
This is. I am. Let me just.
Callias. Don't take it yet.
I'm not taking anything. I couldn't use it even if I wanted to. I'm fairly certain that is a dragon slaying item.
Understood. Don't take anything.
I'm not taking anything.
I kind of want.
I didn't take anything.
I understand, Leonidas.
I wasn't looking for things.
We can ask.
Can I pick it up? Can I just pick it up?
Maybe
I'm
we
currently
shouldn't.
holding it.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh.
I didn't know you picked it up.
I definitely did pick it up.
Okay.
He's pulling the Boromir. It's like, no, Sil.
Literally.
I'll come over and
Just a broken sword.
I'll give it a squeeze.
My only thing is, let's just wait. Let's ask before we take anything, because I need to make a great impression here. And if the people I brought with me are stealing things from this place,
I won't steal.
Just appreciation.
What if I bring it out to them and say, "What's this?"
or you can say we found this.
It's
and I
in
have
the
it.
hallway.
No, we can be honest and wasn't. They know.
I
They
tripped
know.
this in the sauna.
Gleaming.
Leonidas, they know where it is. They know where it came from.
They don't
It almost killed me.
They don't have these doors locked, though. Why would they? If they wanted something mysterious to be,
I don't think it's mysterious.
I'm not saying that they're trying to hide it. I'm saying that we should ask permission before we remove anything from any room that we weren't specifically said we were allowed to go into.
Okay. I'm gonna.
Also, just because you can go into a room doesn't mean you can take anything
Jesus,
from it.
Fim Fam.
Yeah, I was gonna take a bath, but I'm not going near that.
Yeah.
Near what?
Why?
Well,
Don't worry about it.
think
What
about
do you
who's,
mean don't worry about it?
think about
What?
who's here with us,
There's a few dragons.
and think about who's not.
Are there actually dragons?
No.
Just
dragging something.
I just wanted to. I just wanted to give them some alone time.
In a public spa.
It's not.
That's not a public spa.
There's a lock on the door, baby.
There's a lock on the door? Does that mean they're having sex?
Leonidas,
Impressive, isn't it?
Oh my god.
I'm going to
carnal embrace.
wrap myself in the tarp that was covering Rykard the Third. No, just like wrap myself in it and.
Mr. Septimus, what is carnal embrace? Now.
Definitely holding a piece of meat.
What else is in here?
Can I?
There's bows. These beautifully carved bows. There's
swords.
These from this nice hide armor that seems to be made out of some sort of. Looking at it, it's some northern beast. I don't think you've ever faced one like this. It has beautiful white fur that kind of pokes out. I'm good. And lots of swords. And there is seemingly some kind of like a chariot of sorts in the center of the room.
A mess. There's a chariot.
A chariot.
Now let me ask you a question. As Dan. If I were to hold this thing, now I know above table, I don't have the spell identify, but Leonidas has been around a lot of things that kill people. Would I feel anything with this? Would I go,
this harpoon?
This spear has got me tingling.
I can tell you which magic.
Are you looking at this weapon and being like, has this thing killed? Yes, it has.
No,
There's a whole painting.
I'm really trying to cast identify without trying.
I'm not gonna let you do that.
That's
Dan.
fair. What do you have?
I let you guys Bill and Ted out of a problem.
But we literally have an item identifier on the ship. So if we can take this and we ask permission, we can get it. Yeah, or we can literally just ask. Like I said,
Written Ask is pretty much down for whatever.
I just don't want us to disrespect his family's house.
Yeah.
All right, can I just hold on to it?
And to be fair, the second we walked into this room, we entered the territory of possibly disrespecting.
It was unlocked.
Right, but
that does not mean
you should go in.
That was Woody saying.
That's
does not mean you can go in.
Yeah, that's like the main bedroom is unlocked. No, there's Hannah.
Okay.
Lilith walks in completely in the nude.
By the way,
like a main bedroom in a house is unlocked, but if
Not
like you
my
had
house.
guests over and they like went into the room, that would be weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just lock my doors if there's rooms I don't want people to go in. And this, to me, is this giving a vibe of like?
What are you hiding in your
This
room?
doesn't feel like an attic, right? This feels
No,
more
this seems like
a-
it's like
almost
somewhere
a museum or a
it
memorial.
is where they have any Rittenhask family member who has done some sort of great feat of hunting or like has there's also some paintings and some calligraphy sets. It's not just weapons in here.
How is there any? Is it just our Leopold, or is it a Rittenhask tradition to join the Wild Hunt? Is there any Wild Hunt iconography, memorabilia in here?
The shield and spear.
Oh. Are we talking like founded the Wild Hunt 10 generations ago kind of deal?
You don't know.
Is Rittenhouse a Nepo baby?
We could have said that years ago.
Yeah, he certainly is a Nepo baby.
I feel like any lord in a fantasy or like a prince is a nepo baby just because they don't have to work the fields.
I guess so, yeah.
Unless they want to.
Lord Snow. Well, I was going to maybe visit the sauna after doing this.
Maybe give it a bit.
I just think I'm not going to do that. I think I'm going to not do that at all. In
Yeah,
fact.
we might wait
I'll
until
go-
later.
I'll
Maybe
go to the-
after dinner.
I'll go to the sauna
we
and
go to the
listen in on
sauna.
the door. No, I won't. That's weird.
Maybe Leonidas, we don't
Can we please not?
impede upon the privacy of two others.
Let's fade to black in the sauna.
I have a
It's the Baldur's Gate Dragon Age pan up.
But it's just like a lot of steam comes in. And
I'd like to go out of the room. I'd like to still be holding the spear.
Brother in Christ.
You're not
That's
taking
a family
Stop
item.
taking the spear out of the room. I'm not going to let you take that out of the room.
Oh.
You're just being rude at this point.
All right, I'll put it back. I'll put it back. I'd like to leave, and I'd like to go find a room that is locked.
Okay. The closest room you find is a shitter that has a lock.
Did I not just explain to him that we're not trying to disrespect this people's house?
Not disrespecting.
You're going to a locked room.
Leonidas wants a full-on Barry Keoghan this.
You're already married. Even if you disappoint your wife's parents, you're still married to your wife.
My wife's parents are already disappointed in me.
That's what I'm saying. You get that luxury. I don't have that.
You could get married. I could be your officiant.
I'm not going to marry someone before I met their parents.
Well, that's fair. That's a good point. You met them, though. You already met them.
No, I've seen them with my 2 eyes. That's about it. And then they told their son that their other son died. What was I supposed to do there?
Yeah, that's true.
Drop down on one knee.
You want to be like,
You're gonna hit him with a, that's rough, buddy.
Sorry.
you weren't gonna be like,
Need a hug.
well, what if you never met his parents? Would you still want to marry him?
Well, I would make sure I'd met his, unless they were dead, but...
No.
Not yet.
Death isn't
We're not talking about marriage. I'm just saying.
I mean, I am. You are. You're talking about.
I'm just saying you're already married to your wife.
That's
so
true, I am.
any impression on the parents is a moot point. It doesn't matter. You're already married. I'm trying to make a great impression.
Leonidas,
Yeah, go ahead.
if I may, jump in.
No, please.
You found a shitter you can lock. Do you need a bigger room than that?
Yeah, I want a big one. I want a room that's locked.
Okay, you go to the shitter next door has a powder room. You go into the powder room, you can lock it. It's about the size of this room.
No. I don't want to lock a room.
He's looking for locked doors.
I want a door that's locked.
Oh, I thought you wanted to go to a room that
He's
you
trying
can
to
lock.
break and enter.
That's why he's actively trying to figure out what.
Do you think I was going to be like, I have to go into a room by myself so I can do this?
I thought you were going to do something weird in a room by
No,
yourself.
I want to go find a room that's locked.
Okay.
And do nothing about it?
All right, we'll come back to you, Dan, as you spend the rest of your time looking for a locked room.
Kalais is just going to go to wherever the dining room is, however early it is, and sit in one of the seats and just like kick their feet for like 3 hours. However long it's gonna be.
Do you like fiddle with the silverware?
Wish to do anything? Drew?
Yeah, I
Probably
want
play
to.
with it because
I wanna go outside.
How many great meals
I'm
and
gonna-
feasts on actual tables have we had?
I'm gonna do the thing.
What's the thing, carriage? What? This is Dan speaking. I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
Dan's got married brain.
Is there an open space?
Yeah, so there's actually a stable pretty nearby with a large field.
Yeah.
And a few horses, but they're all stabled, and so you have a nice large pasture, basically.
Okay, I'll do it there. I'm going to let out Auron.
Yeah.
Or no, I'm gonna bring out. Sorry, backwards.
Yeah.
Bring out the other dragon.
Okay, the dragonling
Yes, the dragonling from my bag.
comes out of your bag, and it just kind of like shakes, and then kind of gets a bit of a zoomies running around the yard, and kind of just like it can't really fly very well yet, but kind of like flap, 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 and then kind of like lands, and then like it's just getting a little bit of zoomies running around, and kind of like stops, and then just kind of like looks at you, and then starts hunting you. And yeah, it jumps
I'll
at you.
catch it.
The cookies.
And as I catch the little wormling, I'm gonna hold on to it. I'm gonna take the Auron necklace off and put it around.
Okay.
The little wormling and see what happens.
Okay. Put the necklace on the wormling, and it kind of like tries to chew on it a bit first, and then it kind of like stops, and just sniffs the air, kind of licks it, and you see the necklace just kind of like just bleed into the obsidian scales. You see this almost shimmery light go through go through it, and you see parts of it, scales start to drop, and it's starting to shed its skin almost, and you hear like fuck you guys. You hear like a few cries of discomfort.
What do you want to name your Pokemon?
It's evolving. And you see it as it sheds its skin, kind of like it goes on the ground and starts to kind of running away, scale pieces falling off, and you see it just kind of like step by step, kind of growing a little bit. Not to the size of Aron, but now to the size of like Aron was like the size of a horse. Now it's the size of like a wolf. And you see what seems to be a when the sun coming in, it's a beautiful day, hits the obsidian scales this red hue, almost like there's like a fire burning underneath of Aron's scales. And you see this new creature in front of you. Let me pull up my notes for what I was calling this.
Well,
The dragon?
Did you
It's dragon.
Fusion ha.
Ha.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa. Big whoa.
It looks at you, and immediately your minds connect. And
Like fourth wing.
Damn it.
Damn it. Its eyes. Oh, what color were
You
Aron's
forgot
eyes
too.
before?
Orange eyes were,
something
they were
my
gold.
entrance.
Gold.
Yeah.
They've now taken a slight greenish hue as well. It's like gold green.
Okay.
Hazel. And like looking at you with these like gold green eyes, and your minds connect, and it can't really convey words, but you get in Draconic a word in Draconic that is companion, protector, mate. Not
No, I.
yeah, your mate.
Yeah.
Bro. Bro. You have created a Hydrake.
A Hydrake.
A Hydrake is you know what?
Hydrake or Hydrake?
Roll me a history or nature, whichever one you prefer.
Hydrake or Didrake?
And with advantage because dragons.
It's all fun and games, but like.
Hydrake or Didrake?
Does it matter what it is? Because it's the same.
It would be it's about dragons. You get advantage.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm just saying it doesn't matter what the history or.
No, it depends on. It just depends. Whatever one you want to choose, let be your choice.
I mean, they're the same.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
It's a plus.
Then,
same
yeah,
plus,
then it doesn't matter.
That's what I was saying. 19, 22.
22. So Hydrake, they are like of the draconic species. They are of like a higher echelon of like the true dragons. They are usually at full grown. They are smaller than what you would find like a dragon. So the biggest they would get is like huge. But they are much faster. And depending on the type that they are, they have other abilities. So it seems that fusing this has created this Hydrake. It is still juvenile, so it's about the size of a wolf. When it gets to be, and maybe it'll probably age a little bit faster now, back to the same size as Aron, but for right now it's this size. And think, if we're thinking vibes, doesn't look the same, but toothless.
Okay.
Yeah, that kind of like speed.
Yep.
And like
And
precision
cuteness?
and cuteness too.
Okay.
But he has teeth.
Yeah, it's got teeth. Yeah, got teeth. And now like it's this size, kind of like just sits in like the pasture, looks at you. Going through puberty.
Ah.
Nice.
Yeah. Aw.
Just.
So this is Aron.
It is kind of. My idea was Aron is like a secondary internal guide for this young dragon. Drake.
The Drake, the guard Drake of Aron is more of a spirit manifested.
Yeah, so the spirit of Aron is like in this.
He's now a physical dragon.
Got it.
Or physical.
No, the dragon was already physical. It's a different being.
Right.
But Aron's spirit is in that being along with the being spirit. Like it's they're sharing a vehicle.
Okay.
We are dragons.
And so this new, not Aron, we can come up with a new name in once we do the naming
Naron.
ceremony. But it seems to just want to run in the pasture for a while.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I will say it cannot go into the Pokeball anymore.
I figured.
Yeah.
I mean, the Pokeball was the necklace. So
Yeah, so
yeah.
it is.
But
It
that's
is mountable. Can't fly with you on it yet.
That does take away from my
Give
class.
it. Take a long rest.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
basically, it's running out here for a while to get going.
What if we need to kill the entire city of Mistletoe?
Wait, what if
Well, then we need to
Gotta
go
level up.
first.
Gotta get that XP. XP farming.
But you have an obsidian high drake.
Okay, sick. Rock and roll.
On the bottom of one of its feet, it's just inscribed 420.
Eyes are just a little bloodshot always. Okay. Shall we? Oh. Roll me investigation check again, Daniel.
Again?
Because now you're looking specifically for a locked door.
Just jiggle, jiggle. Oh, damn.
Ryujin might fight Leonidas today.
Yep. 13.
13. You make your way through the house. All rooms are open. You even kind of end up going to our bedroom where you think it may be somebody's bedroom. Because it's like, there's like clothes on the ground. It looks used. So do you leave that pretty soon?
I don't,
Oh god.
I don't want to go into someone's room.
Okay.
You did, though.
I didn't go into someone's room.
Oh, you did want to.
Poked your head.
No, I didn't. I did not. I wanted to find a locked room.
You do find one locked door.
Ooh. Can I jiggle it?
You jiggle it, it's locked.
Is there any way that I might be able to break down the door?
Break the door down?
That's hand-carved mahogany. Come on, anybody?
I know the joke you're making, Dan, but I'm looking at you being like, how do you want to
Break down the door?
surreptitiously break down a door?
I don't think he wants to do it that surreptitiously.
Can
I
I
think it's the
just
issue.
can I just break the door?
Can you not?
He's
Or
alone.
just like can I take the doorknob and rip the doorknob?
Yeah, roll me a strength-terity check.
A what?
So, what's your dexterity bonus?
A strength-terity?
What's your dexterity bonus?
+3.
+3, and your strength bonus is what? +9 or whatever.
Yes.
So we're gonna have it be a +6.
Gotta be a little bit of both.
I really like that though.
14.
A 14. So you squeeze the handle really hard, and you just like rip the doorknob off, like the locking mechanism of the doorknob, and you're able to get in the room.
What's the room?
It's low lit, but once your eyes adjust, you see bed in the center of the room.
Two people going at each other.
Teach Leonidas a lesson.
Just two?
No.
Or it's the room of the dead son.
It's a bed in the middle of the room, a large canopy made of this like sturdy wood, and then your eyes kind of like look around. There's a nice like dresser, right, like kind of miniature. It's a smaller room. Over the corner, there's some sort of seat over in the other corner of the room. That seems to be some sort of a swing, and then lining the wall to the left is. You see chains.
Oh god.
That's the BDSM
You see
room.
whips. You see a
I
feather
knew
duster.
These motherfuckers are. Oh, actually,
You look around and this is the red
I
room.
did know. You're right.
I was about to say,
Do I,
Region's been knowing
Yes.
frequently.
Okay.
And you know who else knows?
Do
No,
I,
Ron.
do I
No,
see
Ron
Are you
knows.
happy now?
Do I see anything? I don't know.
In a sex room.
Okay. Well,
There's a rubber tarp in the corner.
I go over and peel up the tarp.
You
Shouldn't
get
touch anything.
Oil of
What's
many
under it?
people's making.
it's just a tarp.
Oh, it's just a
Yeah,
tarp?
they would throw over the bed if they're getting really wild,
Or under the sex swing.
or under the sex swing.
As Amazon reviews have revealed to me.
All right.
This
well,
rug is not
feels,
great. I put it under my sex swing.
Feels like that they use.
Now roll me a perception check.
Oh no.
There are 3 gnomes chained
Natural
to
20.
the wall.
You hear well enough in advance. You hear lady or the Baroness making her way around the corner.
Warren.
Warren is coming. Miss Warren is coming.
Their bedroom is next door to this.
Our bedroom's next
They're
door.
adjoining
Wait
doors.
a minute.
Is there I'll hide under the tarp. I'll hide
Under the tarp? The used tarp?
Let him do this.
All right. Roll me.
Well, I'm gonna go under the bed and put the tarp
Honestly, cut the cameras
Next
at
to
this
the
point.
next to the bed.
Okay. Roll me a stealth check, please.
Okay.
And I'll let you have advantage because of the natural 20.
Should he though? Because he broke the handle off the door.
The sex room has been defiled visibly.
Like
22.
A 22.
And not by its usual way.
She's a dummy mommy. She knows exactly where everything was
she's like a
placed.
7-foot
she's
woman too.
methodical.
Like
She walks by and you see her kind of like just breathing and kind of humming to herself. And you see her go, and you hear somebody enter the room. Kind of look around. Kind of smells. And then
Doesn't look anything.
she looks under the bed. And she goes, well, I'm sorry.
Oh, and how are you? What is your name? I forgot.
I'm, you can call me Warren in this. Maybe come out from under the bed.
I actually, I found this room.
Oh, yeah, you did.
Just really quite intrigued at it. I've got some tips that I have gained from this room, and I'm,
Roll me a persuasion check.
Oh.
Or is it persuasion or deception?
Don't matter.
You make the choice. No, Dan, it matters.
No,
No.
Thematically matters.
Oh, thematically.
Thematically, I need to know. Or did you actually get ideas?
Do you want to know, or do you want me to just roll?
I want to know which you're rolling.
That's persuasion.
Okay, cool. Roll.
Oh. Okay.
Brother!
Well, it almost looks like it almost was a natural 20. However, then I rolled a 2. And then -2.
So take the 20 and get rid of the 2.
All right.
And then get rid of the 2 as well. Make it a 0.
What do you say?
I don't know if he says anything.
he's just literally shoots himself.
Swing.
I don't think here's the thing.
You ask if you can get in the swing with her.
I'm deeply sorry.
What's the worst response you could make?
I'm deeply sorry.
Would you like to demonstrate?
You got lower than a 1.
I seem to have found
You got
myself
zero.
under this bed. It seems as if you found me. What a intriguing time we're in, aren't we? I can leave.
How about?
I was just intrigued at no intrigue in Guild the Cat.
3 things. 3 things, and then I'm gonna ask you to leave.
Sure.
Grieving
and I'll-
mother.
Number 1.
Met you minutes ago.
Probably best not to go into locked rooms in people's homes.
That's fair.
Not mad about
If
it.
someone said that to someone before.
Number 2. If you are interested, the Baron and I are always happy to talk about healthy exploits of the bedroom and understanding and even if the conversations continues, we have invited 3rds, 4ths, 5ths.
To this room with you?
Not at all.
Yes. Why do you think we have? If she points over, there's another hookup for a second swing over in the corner. It's in storage right now. It's being reupholstered.
Okay.
Do you think you ever get on one person gets on one, the other person, and you try to like trapeze it?
Honestly, that sounds
You
like a great idea.
Warren just goes,
she looks me down and
goes, yes.
Looks through the screen.
Breaking the
and number 3, let's forget that we saw each other in this room.
Is that because you don't want to talk about it with other people?
I just think it's not. This isn't necessarily appropriate for my son, and I don't think it's appropriate for right now.
Okay, I will take you up on number 2. It's intriguing. Conversations about it, open conversations are, I think, a great thing.
Of course.
I might have overstepped my boundaries.
Yes.
I apologize.
So I'm gonna politely ask you to leave, And wash your hands. The tarp was about to get cleaned. I was coming to take it to the cleaner.
All right. Well,
You meaning two sticky
this
fingers?
I feel like this has been a bonding moment between us.
We've bonded in some ways, yes.
And maybe there's bonding later.
Again, this will be part of the conversation. I think will teach you. A funny joke,
He
but
kissed one old lady and now he's looking for more.
I have a craving. Jesus, help us all.
So she
Y'all break
escorts you out of the
this.
room, and just like you see her just kind of like try to put
We need a mental reset.
the doorknob back in its place. She goes, oh well, and goes into her bedroom.
I thought we were getting a war table episode.
Yep. No.
Yeah,
Yep.
you better never
Hey,
tell
hey.
Legion that you did that.
It's another type of war.
I guess.
What?
What is it good?
We go to dinner.
Okay, you guys go to dinner.
Fucking dinner.
Elias
It is a
T-posing.
a beautiful, just like an NPC. Yeah.
Well, I just even like as they're setting the table, unless they explicitly told Callias to move, Callias is just like enjoying some time doing.
No, they politely
fuck all.
and they bring you a glass of iced wine, to enjoy.
What do I need to leave a tip. I have some gold. It's okay.
They just set up around you and they're very kind and
I'm gonna try.
maybe there's a couple comments being like, who the fuck is this guy? Like we're trying to do our jobs here. But they're not really mean about it. They're just like, this person does not know what they're doing.
I'm gonna leave somebody a small pouch of 100 gold pieces.
You do that, and they go, this guy should live here. This person, they like, we love this person.
Just happily, I'll drink as much iced wine as they'll give.
You know, like when you do a bad tour, like they're annoying, but then they
Yeah.
pop you 100, and you're like, how bad are you?
Okay, like go off. Okay.
Wow. It's almost as if rich people can do whatever they want and get away with it.
I mean, if they palm me 100,
Almost as if rich
The
people
ocean
can
will
do
take
whatever
care
they
of them
want and get
eventually.
away with it.
yeah,
Yes.
we'll literally eat them someday.
Happy to, but in this case, Callias with 500 gold pieces, 510 gold pieces from session 1, mind you, is now 410.
Yep. Okay.
Well spent.
Dinner begins. Everybody sits down. Delicious food. The most green thing you eat is pickles.
Damn.
Lilith loves pickles.
But there's also some capers. There's some olives. It's kind of like the appetizers, and like there's some like cucumbers as well thrown in there, and some fruit. Like a couple like apples. They seem to be brought in from Revan. Revan's more of an apple kind of area, whereas this one's much more citrus because you're further south, so it's a bit warmer.
She like apples to orange.
Where the citrus is part of the dessert course.
Yes.
So first course, appetizers, very pickles and olives and crackers, like a charcuterie. And moving on, a nice, delicious first course of some beautiful jambalaya.
I'm so hungry.
Hearty and deep. And then we continue on, and I think the conversation stays pretty light for the first couple of courses. And if we're okay with it, it's Rittenhouse kind of catching everybody up, or catching his parents up on how much. And before that, Rittenhouse did check in. How much do you actually want to tell the parents?
Enough
I mean-
to get them up to speed, but not to overwhelm
Yeah.
them.
Yeah,
probably.
we don't want to break their brains on
They don't need to know about
the
time
inner workings of
nonsense.
the timey-wimey and broken universe. But
Yeah.
otherwise, enough that they could understand.
Yeah.
Like most of like the Cordia stuff, I think. Like the why we left.
Once we hit wild space,
They don't really need to know about that.
it's not
Yeah, there's a lot
gonna
of stuff to
do
be
any
changed.
help.
Yeah. So you guys you've been at sea, helping out a faraway nation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not untrue.
Hunting squid.
Yeah.
Astral sea.
It's the astral sea.
It's outside.
Yeah, it's outside.
Okay. I was like, am I going crazy?
But you get through those courses and finally get to the dessert portion. There is seems like some sort of like a pavlova sort of dessert.
Yummo.
And just various citruses and fruits and creams, and then also some port along with it.
Great.
Wine.
And at this, Rykard.
Sure.
Elder Rykard.
Ryujin, it is.
Me? Yes.
Yes. Tell me about yourself.
What would you like to know?
Just, in the Rittenhask family, we have the phrase, Huyara. Who are you out of? Where do you come from? Your parents, your life, your...
You see, like, Rittenhouse kind of like, Leopold kind of like sits like, and like puts his hand on your leg. But like, gives you the second to say.
Is Tatsu here?
Tatsu's here, yeah.
Okay.
Well, no parents that I know of. Never met them. Orphan. Grew up in Revan, in the Promethean Tower.
Yes, yes, a noble pursuit. And what? I don't see you met on the island. What brought you to wander?
Well, to find any trace of my family anywhere in this world, and also to just see the world. I like journeying. I like adventuring. I like to be a well-traveled person. So that's been my goal.
Mm-hmm.
And along the way, I met these wonderful people, including your son.
Excellent. And to cut to the chase, my son tells me you're close.
That's one way to
Yes,
put it.
That's yes.
Mm-hmm. I just
And like looks to everybody else.
excuse me. Maybe I'm a bit raw.
I understand.
Roll through.
I'm a bit raw from the emotions of the day, but in maybe blunt, but will you take care of my son?
Always. I have been and will continue, and vice versa.
Okay.
Kind of just like looks you up for in silence for a bit.
Yeah, we're all at dinner.
Lilith is just nursing her wine.
Picks up his port, raises the glass.
To family here, and family lost, and family yet to gain. Cheers.
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 He pours out on the floor a bit of port,
Oh.
and then drinks it.
One for the homies.
One for the sun. Anything? Kind of leans back.
So, for the rest of you, we could retire to the smoking room, and we have billiards, we have darts, we have various games we could enjoy, or perhaps we could talk of something else. Maybe we could catch you up on recent events.
There is a room you have with maps and pieces of war and information and missives and things. I hate to stand so firmly on business, but we are on an increasingly tight timeline.
Of course.
At least before we get too far into our cups.
Of course. Well, we can bring our cups. We can convert the smoking room. I do have. Would it be okay to pass around a cigar, or perhaps something a bit more medicinal? Of course, light. Keep our heads together.
We can go half and half. You know,
Pipe.
Make a salad.
What? All right.
Because we've been doing that.
He kind of looks at Warren and looks at.
All right. Excellent. I'll go get it together, and if you wish to go freshen up for our parlor, parlay in the parlor, we shall have some fun.
Okay. And gets up and kind of like excitedly goes to like get something ready. It's like, you know, like the dad's like, "Ooh, we're doing something," and like goes and is like excited about it. That's what it is.
I'm gonna briefly, just as we're getting up, sidle on over to Rittenhask Leopold. not
Leopold.
Leopold.
If we say Rittenhouse, let's have that be our Rittenhouse. And then
we
there's
say
Rykard, there's Warren.
Baron Rittenhouse, something
Yeah.
like that. But
Baron.
Leopold.
Leopold, yes.
Baron, Baroness.
I was just doing some wandering. Very nice, spacious home. And I found a room of things and trophies and treasures of your family, and there was a corner covered and just sadly, I think out of sight, out of minded a little bit. But I am almost certain it was things of your elder brothers, and I thought one piece might be better suited close to someone, and as opposed to just sitting on a shelf. And I'll pull out that little like carved wooden knight, the whittled knight. And I mean no offense by it. I mean, I hope I didn't disturb your peace or your sanctity of mind by bringing this out, but it seemed very out of place and sad sitting under the shadow of a tarpaulin.
No, Callias, it's very sweet. Thank you.
We are liable to go many places, even if it is just to Revan, but if it travels with you, then I imagine so does he.
Yes. He does. We would play with our... I have my own. We whittled it together. We'd play with them together, so I appreciate this. Thank you. Truly, I forgot about it. I have mine in my trunk on the ship, but I've forgotten.
Well, now the set is complete, and you may play.
Yes. I think I will.
Good.
Thank you, Callias.
And like reaches up and squeezes your shoulder.
Wine. And
Maps.
war.
So you
Wine
guys
and war.
make it to the smoking
End of the
room,
episode.
and you see that there Warren is already there. You guys are like talking, moving, like kind of slowly moving, very Downton Abbey dinner party-esque. And there's this massive map on the deck. Is the map in assets now? Did you put it in there? Ooh, Dan, could you pull up the map?
Map screen.
Ladies and gentlemen, we spent this last week updating our map, and the biggest help was a Hannah Minshew did all this by hand. Well, by
Digital
hand,
hand.
yeah.
Digital hand.
It's by hand, digital hand, yeah.
My
Her hand was
cramped
heavily
up.
involved.
Yeah, Hannah did all
My
of this.
hand is
and
always
so
heavily
this
involved.
is our map.
It's
So-
also in the Discord. If you haven't joined our Discord yet.
And if you wanted to do some zooming, it's
yeah,
a
you can.
high
I made
quality
it.
one.
Yeah, I made it big enough so that you can like really zoom in and scope it.
So this, we decided that this, if that's Revan, this.
Yeah, that's nice.
So, the I'm not gonna do it in. I'm just gonna kind of like above table talk about the history, just because if we did it RP, we'd be here till midnight.
Yeah.
And which I'm not against, but
Don't threaten me with a good time.
yeah. So, the run of the war. It starts off, and they describe the tensions. What's going on?
Right here, right now.
Yes.
We're doing this above table. Cordy, I think we mentioned it before, but I want to get it in my notes. Especially given that Callias has been lost in the source twice now. Cordian time elapsed since we stepped foot through a portal into Mobio 5.
Yes, I think
It was. I think we were saying it's been like just over a year.
just over a year. So you guys are kind of close. You're like in like late, like mid fall, because it was like about by the time you guys were leaving, it was almost. You guys are about to start. What season was it? Wait 2 seconds.
We solved this, yes.
We did, yeah.
I want to.
It's the season before Samhain, which is, I want to say, it is Ira. You are in the harvest season, which is the month of Ira, I-R-A. It's an 8-week long season. Every season is 8 weeks long. and you guys are in like pretty much middle era.
And how long ago did the war begin?
The war began. I want to say you guys were. Oh God, it's been actually probably about a year and a half ago. So I think it was.
'Cause it started while we were there.
It started, yeah, because we.
Yeah,
it
I
was
think
we teleported
kicked
to
off.
Marvel.
it was.
day
Yeah,
we
it was
left.
3. It was 3 years ago for us. And if I remember correctly, I believe it was Orun, which is the second month or season of the
Yeah.
year.
So
It's been a whole season and a half since you guys. Since you've been gone. Since you've been gone. A whole year and a half. Yeah, sorry, a whole year and a half.
Okay.
So
that's,
you
that's
missed.
the easy number now.
Yeah.
You've been gone a year and a half.
Because I think it was like you guys are right on. It was about to turn into Ramta, which is the vernal equinox, which is the sex festival.
That we always failed.
You always, yeah, maybe next time.
And we
Next campaign, I'm starting it directly on the festival of
We all
Ramta.
meet at the sex festival.
Yeah.
That would be really funny. That'd be an interesting meet
Yeah.
for a party of people.
For the members of the crew who did not get yeeted into the fade, how long did it feel in terms of time passing?
About the same.
Okay.
The only time that you've lost was early on at the well.
When we
Gotcha.
lost a
Which
month.
was about a month.
It was
right?
about a month. Yeah.
Because that's when we missed the sex festival.
Yes.
Yes.
So it was Yord. So it's not a year and a half. So that's what happened. Yes, you missed the sex festival, and now you left in Yord. Jord.
So it's been about a year.
A year.
It's
Since we've been
essentially a year
gone.
and a half.
Yeah, it's still basically a year because it's
I thought,
year
it was
is long.
I thought it was a year and a half that the war started, but it's been a year that we've been gone.
War started basically
The day we left.
yeah, like maybe a few like it started on the war started basically at the end of where you lost that month.
I see. Okay.
Or no, that's
No.
wrong.
No,
That's
that
wrong.
would be longer, right?
Um,
It had not begun when
yeah,
we
it
left.
begun when you guys were it quietly begun when you guys were in Sasonius.
Okay. Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so which is Yord, which is still that's the 4th season of the year, where Era is the 7th season. So basically, still a year and a half.
Yeah, 'cause when we were leaving, Marvel Hold was under.
Under attack, yes, which is the siege of Marvelhold was the first big thing to happen.
Gotcha.
We were just like,
Ooh,
We gotta go.
Well, I mean, there were more universal problems.
Yeah, it's like, well, like, do we stay for the war or do we stop the world from cracking in half?
Exactly.
Like, nah,
Mhm.
you know.
These
So
are the
with
consequences.
with
exactly.
that, does that answer your question, Will?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
do we want to take a break before we break
I was
into this?
I was gonna break right now.
Okay.
Yes. And we can jump back into this. So let's take a quick bio break or halftime.
Yeah.
Take a piss, take a shit, get a drink.
God,
Because we're
so
gonna buckle it
eloquent.
and bring a notebook.
Yeah, get ready for some fucking notes, guys.
Enjoy the intermission show.
Yeah. Love you guys. Be back soon.
See ya.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Bards of New York, the live, chaotic, beautiful mess that we all know and love, where we usually, at one point, will play D&D together. We'll be starting to play D&D at some point soon, and then probably stop, then start again, and then stop, and then giggle, and I'll fart a bunch, and then we'll have a good time.
Why even do the stream?
You're hitting the nail too hard on the head, man.
Come for the D&D, but stay for the absolute chaos that is Bards of New York. I love you.
shapeshifted or found a leather glove. And
Michael Jackson.
shut up.
But powered hee.
Instead of Misty Step, it's Moonwalk. No attacks of opportunity.
Yeah, no, it's kind of Eldritch Blast because exclusively by hitting that. When you catch shielding yourself, it's not a shield. You just kind of lean over it like this much.
Also, there's the whole aspect of that miasma.
Do you have an inhaler for that?
Yeah, I do have.
Oh, you beat me to it by just 1 second.
I mean, I used to, as a child, had some asthma, but I've grown out of it since. Miasma.
Yar.
Fuck you.
Ah, pirate ventilator then.
Made out of wood,
I lost my albuterol along. I keep a rescue inhaler in my hook. Ah, 'tis less effective than the old steroid.
Can't do a New York accent.
Just try your best. Come on.
Somebody, you know,
Say bagels and schmear.
bagels and schmear. You know, somebody.
I didn't realise there was a New York over there.
Not mine, from Old York, yeah?
Say, hey, I'm walking here.
Hey, I'm walking here. All right, you know, I'm just.
It's
you
still
know,
immediate. It's immediately back.
I'm having all kinds of trouble, and
Now you sound like a British person trying to do an American accent.
Yeah, like, you're like, oh, did?
I did.
How dare you?
What do you want to do in my crew?
Have a lot of benefits but zero work? What do you even do?
We got somebody who does a lot of fart noises. We got somebody who likes to, steal babies. And it's kind of in between those two things.
That's the range. That's the range.
Hey!
I think a creative coordinator, a creative director position would be really great because Jesus Christ, that's horrific.
You're beautiful and capable of great things, like murder. Don't do that though, unless it's completely necessary. Anyway, bye.
It's always been you.
To me, you have always been the brightest star. Been the most powerful star.
I kiss her.
Thank you so much for watching Bards of New York. Like to tweet next week. We'll see what the fuck happens.
There's a couple that are harvest flavored. They say it's more of a savory sweet almost. Like it has a very almost like umami sort of sense to it. And it's
Mommy.
y'all.
Excellent work.
Y'all.
Excellent work. It was ubiquitous and it made me upset. I just wanted to buy pastries.
Pentagonal. Pentagonal.
You'll be
Pentagon.
Pentagon.
Pentagonal. Pentagonal.
Diagonally. Somebody called the Pentagon.
Pentagonally. Pentagonally.
Fuck out of here.
Pantigony.
By Aeschylus.
Woody, do you smell burning toast?
Always.
Pentagonal.
Pentagussy.
Pentades.
So feeble.
Guys, let's stop being so mean to Woody.
Wait, no, if I may support you.
It was a really valiant attempt.
How many sides does that thing have? Say that again.
Pentagonal.
Gaggle on these nuts.
So, the mechanic where you make choices as your character that then affects the world at large. To me, there's no better version of that than D&D, where not only do you get to escape to a world and make choices within it as a character entirely your own, that then your own choices are a catalyst for an evolution of the world that evolves with you, but you get to do that with other people. So it's not just a pre-thought out, I'm going to make these choices to make these things happen. It's a group of people, all that you can have banter with and laugh with, but at the end of the day, you are exploring a world for the first time, together as a group, making these little chaotic decisions which bloom across the world, causing it to change with you and grow with you as your characters level up and grow. What brings me back to D&D over and over and over again is like assisting in the growth and the blossoming of a world that will be cultivated by accident through a ragtag group of adventurers' actions.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Fuck that noise.
Welcome back. I hope you had a nice piss, a nice shit, got yourself a nice tasty bevy.
My brother is
That's
so eloquent.
piss. That's spice. That's not Michael, is it?
No, it's not Michael.
All right. Well, tell us about this war.
As our camera pans back down, I like to think of this if we were to in the live action adaptation of Battle of the Nightmare Krew.
It's an anime.
It would never be live action. Fantasy live action is cursed.
Yeah, okay, true. Well, I would say this is going to be animated in my head, kind of like the Deathly Hallows in Harry Potter. Like that puppetry, like that, just like for vibes.
That.
Just for vibes, that's my vibe.
Although the D&D movie did an okay job.
They did.
The D&D movie did a great
job.
job.
Yeah.
I'd
be okay if our story was made in that.
Yeah.
Wizards of the Coast.
I mean,
show?
to be fair, like, because fantasy that takes itself too seriously is sometimes stupid. But because we just thought we were gonna have mostly a war table episode, but a good chunk of the episode was Dan finding a BDSM room.
Well, I thought last week was mostly a shopping episode and a travel episode, and it was Let's Smooch the Hag episode is what it became.
Hey.
Exactly.
And then your brother's
She was a nice lady.
I feel like I'm being shaded for what I chose to do. And
If anything, Dan, I needed the shade.
I don't appreciate it.
I think I deserve it.
I feel as if I am being slighted.
And you were given very direct pressure by the DM to give a smooch to the hag, and you did.
Yeah, because why not? You know?
You traded a service.
Life is too short not to smooch a hag.
Life is too short to
The
not
oldest
smooch
profession.
with
Let's
a
make
hag.
some merch.
But deliberately finding a locked door.
Yeah, actively
That
breaking
seemed
into the
that seemed
BDSM
like
room.
Maybe Leonidas is going through some things. Anyway. let's I'm gonna stop speaking. Here we go.
So, the lead up to the war. The 5 nations of Cordia proper. That consists of, in the north, the Jarldom of Borgen. Moving down to the south, at a river crossroads, a bridge divides the three central kingdoms. To the southwest is the Confederate Republic of Godwin, an old capital back when Cordia used to be unified under one ruler.
Is that the Blue City?
That is the Blue City, Arzendal, and Kynance. Yeah, it's just quiet. I can turn it up.
Good. No, I'll turn it up. I got it over here.
Yeah, turn me up.
Oh, we have a map that does this, don't we?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
We have 2 maps.
I was about to start doing it.
Then from moving west or moving east from Godwin, we hit the land we probably know or most familiar with through the home game in this campaign is the Amber Cascades. This is the largest kingdom and also the most fertile kingdom of the Cordian continent. So it allows for them to be the richest kingdom. However, I will say the duchy, which is a strong word for it, of the Verdant Expanse is pretty independent of the rest. It is included, but mostly in independent nation.
Keep to themselves.
Yes, exactly. And people let them do that. If we're continuing down the coast to the most southern nation, that is the United Territories of Armania, which consists of 2 main cities. One we love and know, Camden Mesa, where everything started, and also Nibu. Then the 5th kingdom is a contentious kingdom that keeps to itself, but is also a heavy player in politics. The Ruakin Kajarnreich. Mainly consists of subterranean species and also consists of probably the largest population of Underdark towns within the Cordian continent.
Like Thumdural is like not.
Thumdural is a complete underground city.
These areas that are gray.
Gray. So in the map, gray is
Switzerland.
As far as you understand, undisputed or disputed or
Not claimed by
Not
British
claimed.
Isles.
Claimed officially.
I lived there.
So that includes where Callias is from, the Shattered Archipelago, which would be Fidicilas, the island of Fidicilas, the Temple of Volacos, and the larger island of Vimata. Also, island you've been before, Sisonius, down there in the far southwest.
Never did I know that Sisonius started with
Go
a
to
C.
ships.
Yep. And then finally, the island nation is a strong word. It started off as 2 independent city-states of Nath and Arn. In the past, I may have called Arn something else. Here and now, it's official. It's Arn.
We should.
Yes.
Yeah. That also consists of another connection to you guys, the Woodark Grove, or not the Woodark Grove. I'm sorry, the Eisenwald, which is the forest that surrounds Krim on the western coast of Redan, which is the green island on the political map. That is the same wood that Lilith's violin is made out of, and also the same wood that the ship. Why am I forgetting his name? Nergron. Wow. Whoa. There's so much lore in my head. Is made out of. So, there are the 5 kingdoms and then the 2 city-states on the outskirts. Now, the before there were factions, there was 2 schools of thought. There was the alliance, or not the kingdoms of the Knightaries of Armania and the Amber Cascades wanted to continue as a independent nation. At the time, you may remember this when you first met Rycroft back in 3 years ago in life. He was part of a movement to unite Cordia under a treaty, reunite Cordia under a treaty that had long or was about to expire. And that was kind of the source of these political tensions. There's this treaty that had lasted for hundreds of years, and it was the Concordant.
And was the Concordant pioneered by Armania and the Amber Cascades? Was that their brainchild?
It was not. The Concordant was basically, there was a lot of war for a long time, and to stop the war, the Concordant was drawn up, which is basically a truce, a treaty of mutual safety, but it did have an expiration date. And basically you guys were about a decade away from the treaty expiring, and so everybody was kind of freaking out.
And this was between
all 5 kingdoms.
All 5 kingdoms.
And so there was, and it wasn't necessarily it was kind of a mix. There were some people who wanted it, some people who didn't, but the
oh my god,
no. There's a couple songs in this I need to take out.
We don't get that. We don't get the disco song anymore with this new album.
Yeah, we don't. Even though that'd be good vibes for this. But the main kingdoms, majority, the kingdoms who wanted to split off into separate kingdoms in peace, I will say, were the Amber Cascades and the United Territories of Armania.
They were pro-Concordant?
They were anti-Concordant.
Okay.
They wanted, and so what happened?
Sorry, they just wanted to let it expire and then just be like, and we're fine.
And they're like, we're fine. We don't need this paper. Let's work things out. And there was a group, and the leader of the group was Rycroft, who wanted to reunite Cordia, and maybe not reunite Cordia under 5 separate, disparate kingdoms who bicker between one another, but a united government. A representational government.
Writing down Rycroft Kane of House Vex is the craziest thing I've ever had to do.
That was the original tensions.
Can I pause you here one more time in just a second? I don't want you to go too much further without this because I'm gonna need it. Trying to. I essentially I'm gonna want a list of simple list of nations that were pro the paper Concordant and list of nations that were anti Concordant.
Okay, so there's kind of 3 groups. In the middle is the Ruikin Khajarnreich. they don't like. They historically have butt heads a lot with the Amber Cascades.
What? Who has?
The Ruakin Khajarnreich.
Okay. Is it because of resources? Is it why, like?
Mostly border disputes and also just past bad blood. Elves and dwarves and whatnot. Also, wealth is a big one.
So they were the true Switzerland of the.
They went on to let's be unified. They were convinced by. I won't go into the political details.
So they ended up on the side of anti-treaty.
Pro-treaty.
Okay, so hang on. Let me clear that you've used the terminology a couple times. I just want pro-treaty. Everybody wanted peace. In theory,
basically everybody wanted peace, but in different ways.
Different flavors of peace.
Yeah.
So pro-treaty was who?
The pro-treaty to have it be a unified government.
See, I thought you were saying that that's what Rycroft Kane was doing, a unified government just without a treaty.
No. What Rycroft was doing, it was like, let's start with this treaty, and like he was a political mover. He wanted to go further than that. So it was kind of the first step was like, let's renew this, and in a promise to continue further and become a united Cordia.
So how about instead of pro-treaty, pro-unification?
Yes, let's do pro or anti-unification.
So
okay,
So states' rights or federal.
That's helping
government
less.
power.
Yes and no.
Everything under one government, or just like go off and do your own thing.
I thought the Concordat treaty, the paper treaty, was everything under one government.
No, it was so the treaty was old, and it was basically like, let's all just be cool.
Let's stop fighting each other.
Let's stop fighting. It was basically what was it the armistice after World War I.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're right. It's unification versus and not.
Yeah. Like to move forward together or to move forward separately.
Yes.
The separatists. Got it.
Separatists.
Just use Star Wars terms.
Yeah, so I guess I guess if you wanted to say the Republic is the Confederacy of Godwin and the Jarldom of Borgen. They were the two biggest, the two basically northern kingdoms.
And this is unification.
They were part of the Republic.
Which one?
Wait, okay.
Wanted unification.
Call it something different than
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry.
So unification and separatists.
The unification was the Jarldom of Borgen.
Okay.
The Confederate Republic of Godwin. And then when the war broke out, the Ruakin Khajarnreich joined them.
Great. I'm going to make them unification leaning. They started mid. They have weak wills.
They're mid.
Yeah, they're mid. The separatists, and it was mostly because they're two very wealthy nations. Were like, you guys are just gonna kind of mooch off of us. This is like one of their biggest points.
Right.
It's like,
why pool tips if I'm earning all the tips?
Yeah, if we're the
if I'm doing the work.
This is the Necropolis music. Save this for when we're deep in heaven.
What the fuck? I'm just gonna hit repeat on this song and just go with it. The Separatists was the Amber Cascades and United Territories of Romania. The Switzerland, when the war broke out, was Redan. They chose no sides. They were a separate two city-states. Then they were basically the island of Redan that was ruled by two city-states together.
Okay.
And they stayed separate.
They've joined now.
They have. They joined partly into the battle.
They joined the separatists.
Okay, so I'm just not going to put them on the table.
They joined halfway through the war.
Swiss.
Sorry.
The Redan. Redan was unified under. I'll let that be in a second. So that is the setting this place for the war. Moving beyond that, the war broke out after the first round of negotiations failed with Rycroft.
Negotiation failed.
And so there was a few border skirmishes were fought. This is why you guys were in Sasonius. And then eventually, and not necessarily the best move, there was a assassination attempt on a member of the royal family of Marvelhold. And then also and it's still disputed who did that.
That wasn't us.
Was not you guys.
Okay.
No.
Was that one we went?
It's not you guys yet. Yeah.
Well, this is we're still in Sasonius.
You're still in Sasonius right now.
Okay.
So we did cause a problem.
You're fighting an undead beholder right now.
Oh, so
right.
Some time ago.
Yeah. Like you maybe even Fidicilas during this point.
A lot of both.
And so the Kingdom of Godwin, which is a very populous nation and a very wealthy nation in gold, rose an army, or the Republic of Godwin and the Jarl of Borgen brought in their troops, crossed the border bridge, and into the territories, and on the doorstep of Marvelhold. A few battles.
I remember.
A few battles were fought, and eventually the siege of Marvelhold began. This is the start of the war.
Oh, okay.
You know of the siege. The siege. At the same time during the siege, there were other military movements happening. There was the United Territories of Romania were massing troops and bringing them up north, but that takes time to move that many people. Also, a lot of, just due to the necrotic storm that occurred, there were a lot of troops from Redan, not Redan, from Revan and Marvelhold already down there, helping out one of their allies, their friends, their neighbors. You guys do remember that.
Yes.
So there was only really about a legion of Revan troops that were available once the siege began.
Hit that master check.
Yes. So the cohorts were split, and basically a half a legion stayed in Revan to patrol and protect and wait for reinforcements to show up to try to go lift the siege. Another contingent, another half of the cohorts, went fearing a reinforcement from the Ruakin Khajarnreich, went to block off the main pass into each kingdom, which is Griffin's Pass, which is the pass below Griffin's Peak. It's we can call it Griffin's Pass for
But
this.
it's on the map.
It's on the map, yes. It's where, if you guys would recall, it's actually where the nest is. If you remember when you went and fought Rhea 1, it's that mountain.
In Cordia 5.
In Cordia 5,
Okay.
yes. But it's that same area where the river met, and there's a pass through there. They held the pass for most of the war. However, the siege of Marvelhold eventually ended. Somehow the siege broke, and during the siege, the king, the merchant king, Kilpis, was murdered.
Somehow he was murdered?
Somehow he was murdered. It was
Somehow Palpatine returned.
in the chaos of the sacking of Marvelhold, Kilpis was murdered.
Was that us? No.
I believe specifically it was Ember.
We killed Kilpis?
That's what we were kind of there to do.
Kilpis was trying to run away, and you guys killed him at the door.
Wait a minute.
I'm quite sure.
No. We definitely did.
We killed the king.
I want the receipts.
We killed the king. We tried to kill the sage at the same time, but the sage we found out just sent a clone.
Yep.
And
he had a clone.
He had a clone.
Yeah.
Sherry.
Sherry's not here tonight.
Yeah, I'm.
We definitely I remember.
We killed
pretty vividly.
Kilpis.
We killed him.
We let him run away.
No,
I'm quite sure you guys killed Kilpis.
In fact, you were the one who did.
Well, if we didn't kill him, he died on that day.
He died on that day. And you guys can figure out.
And we needed to. He was not a good guy.
No.
He was a member of the community.
That's why we killed him.
But Kilpis was killed, and so were all of the remaining members of the royal family of Marvelhold.
Oh, we didn't do that.
We didn't do that.
You did not do that.
No, because we got out of Dodge after we killed him.
We went through a portal
Leonidas
to the
died
Federation.
first, actually, but yeah.
At this time, this was seasons into the war. The siege lasted quite long, and the sacking also, since it's such a big city, lasted a while. The city burned for a whole season, they said.
Of Marvelhold?
Of Marvelhold.
So Marvelhold's not in good shape.
Yep. The Marvelhold is lost, and the army within it was lost as well. So it looks like the Revan Pact was looking bad.
Question. The dream that Ryujin had, did Marvel Hold look like it was burning for a long time?
Marvel a big city
Yes.
too.
Okay.
Oh, Marvel Hold's the capital of the fucking Amber Cascades?
Yeah, so if there's a star next to a city, that means it's the capital.
I have just gone this whole time assuming that Revan was like the biggest, baddest city in
No.
all of Marvel Hold.
Revan's the
Rest in
oldest,
peace.
not the capital.
It's like New York and Albany.
Yep.
Yeah. Or like New York and DC, even.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
New York was the capital for a while of the country.
It hadn't been decided.
Yeah. But
It
you,
was.
yeah. You know what I mean. Yeah. I mean, Philadelphia was more of the capital than New York was, but
It wasn't. There was no central.
Yeah, and
capital yet.
Yes.
Until
we
DC
gave it
was
to the
placed.
Southerners because they're whiny bitches.
And-
All
Yep.
right, let's continue.
Yeah. Well, they were mad about the central bank. They were like,
Southerners.
they're like, why do you? They're the same thing. Why do you want to take our money when we make all the food and shit? But it's
Yeah.
like you don't.
They're just moving on.
You have people who are doing that for free for you.
So
There's a whole act of Hamilton that explains this.
The separatists, the people we're calling the separatists,
We're getting their asses kicked.
Well, and that we can also call them the Revan Pact.
The
That's what they
Revan
were.
Pact. Yeah, the Separatists were the Pact, in short.
Okay.
At this time, some reinforcements from the Woodart Grove arrived. Most of them were volunteer forces. They basically they don't really have an army per se, but they sent
They just
whoever
have
they could.
nature.
They have nature, yeah. They don't need real defenses because the Verdant Expanse is their defense. And at this point, the army was getting close, had just crossed the border. But as the army from the south was just crossing the border, the Legion, which was the Legion of the Skull, was holding Griffin's Pass. Was a surprise attack happened. There are many differing accounts what the Baron and Baroness tell you. Some say magic meteors were called down. Some say that the Khajarn-Reich harnessed purple worms to burrow out and surprise attack them from behind with legions. But the result remains the same. The Legion, and really the last Legion of full Legion that was in the area, was destroyed in Griffin's Pass.
From which side?
That was
I guess
the Pax Legion, one of the last defending legions. There's like a half a legion left at Revan now.
Still?
Yeah, because they split the Legion, want a few cohorts to go up to block the pass.
Right.
Like think 300
Sure.
style, and another half of that legion stayed in Revan to provide a garrison.
So there's, as far as the city of Revan is concerned, only half a legion of active military troops remain.
Yep, and with a 2 legions on its way from the south.
And that okay.
This is right now.
This is
How?
midway.
My question is,
never mind.
how long ago did this battle happen?
Talking to them, it would be probably around Orun or Ramta of that following year. So about halfway through the time you were gone.
Okay.
Since you've been gone.
Why were those the notes you chose?
I'm loving this. This is so fun. We haven't had a lord up like this in so long.
In at least 3 seasons, actually, really. Been a while.
Space
I've
didn't
got
really have
my-
much lore.
Yeah, Space didn't
We
have
had some. We had some.
But not like Woody. Woody lore is like tasty.
And in the defeat of the Legion of the Skull, that is where my son, your brother, was killed. We were told he fought valiantly, to his last breath protecting the Empress's consort.
What?
The Empress is what?
The new Empress.
I'm sorry.
The new what?
I forgot to tell you.
That seems like it was an important key.
The war has ended.
Oh, well then, whoop-de-doo.
I think we should go back into the.
Well, not right now.
Okay.
How did the war end?
I'll get to that.
Okay.
This is a movie that jumps around.
Oh.
What's a movie?
Um,
Like a play.
What
Yeah.
is a consort?
He wasn't the emperor himself. He was the mate of the emperor.
Wait, I'm sorry. What happened to the consort?
He was the leader. The what is it called?
No,
Of the
what
skull?
happened to them though?
Can you go through this chronologically?
The legate of the Legion of the Skull was at the pass and was killed in the surprise attack.
And your son was a part of that.
Empress, that was my son, and Empress Stefana's husband died in the pass.
Stefana who?
Lafleur?
Empress Stefana
I
Lafleur.
mean, there's only one.
Wait, I forget. Dan forgets who that is.
That's Lilith's mom. And we just found out her dad just died.
Leonidas. Oh dear God. I'm so sorry.
No, the consort died.
He was not the emperor. He was never the emperor. He was the duke the duke consort. Basically, he was never like the true ruler of Revan. He was the consort.
But Lilith's dad.
But Empress is a new thing.
The Empress is new.
At what
They
point,
refer to him now as the.
At what point did it go from Revan the place to
The end of the war, I would imagine.
The end of the war. I'll get to there. I just wanted to do that in character for Hannah. If you have anything to say, Hannah.
Yeah.
Lilith is just quiet right now.
Okay.
And in shock.
Okay, I will continue.
We'll RP this out.
The Pact seemed to be in dire straits, obviously. The enemy was on the doorstep of Revan, the last true stronghold until they hit Armania. But Armania, once you get into the city, yes, they could hold the passes, but it would be only a matter of time before they fell. But through some deft diplomacy, ingenuity, and probably a little bit of luck, two big things happened. Stefana Lafleur brokered an alliance with the newly united Kingdom of Redan, a newly founded magocracy under the Spire Academy.
I'm sorry, what now?
Magocracy.
A newly founded magocracy under the Spire Academy.
Tevinter.
Mm-hmm. No good.
Big good.
So that bringing in the Unst Oi, the collection of islands off the west coast of Cordia, into the same fold as Redan, bringing in new armies and most specifically a massive navy to siege out the kingdoms of the Golden Concordant.
So, Redan is now a magocracy.
Now magocracy, and is on the side of the Pact. And at the same time, seemingly out of nowhere, 5 new legions were mustered.
Watch out. Out of nowhere. Fucking dead people,
Out
I'm
of the
sure.
crypts. Out of the necropolis.
Watch out.
Free real estate.
These legions were referred to as the Black Legions. Their names go the Legion of Ursa.
One moment, hang on.
I missed it. What'd you say, Drew?
I didn't say anything. Didn't say a word.
Didn't say a darn word.
He said,
Okay.
The Legion of Ursa.
Hang on.
Let me know when you're ready, Will.
I'm just. I need to get everything under subheadings. Damn it.
Subheadings.
Yeah.
What if we get you the Apple Vision Pro just for this?
See, Will. Do not give me that chance. You'll never get me again. I'm not saying that I'm getting Neuralink, but if there was something that I trusted more, I'm running right now.
Immediately would do the
Right
same.
now.
Yeah. Absolutely. If I could be man in chair all my
come on,
life,
okay.
like, I could
So,
be man.
Revan's
go crazy, go
magical
stupid. Like,
sudden Black Legions appeared. We have
the Legion of Ursa.
URSA.
Latin for bear.
Yeah, I got you.
Black bear specifically.
Yeah.
The Legion of the Eclipse.
Give like 10 seconds after you say it.
Mm-hmm. Think like Black Sun.
The day of
Okay.
There's a
The
theme here.
Legion of Lupus.
The disease.
Of the lupus.
They all have
They all have lupus. No, it's Legion of the Wolf. Legion of the Wolf. They're the Latin phrase and the old, which is like basically like old Cordian, is these Latin names. The Black Wolf. The Legion of Sol.
As in sun?
Yeah, SOL. Shit out of luck.
Well, the Revenites weren't.
And the Legion of Vipera.
The Viper?
Blackadder.
That Black Adam to the stage.
Black Adam.
The hierarchy of the DC cinematic universe is about to change.
Atrocitus.
Bane.
And when you're talking at the roar table, smoking, drinking, this is where there's a little bit of confusion. People think the Black Legion. So there's some school of thought that it is a necrotic, skeleton zombie, some sort of undead army that was put to use. Other people will say no, it's an army of it's an animated automaton army created by the Widgetus Guild.
Created by Reckoning.
Basically,
by future.
What is told to you by the Baron and Baroness, it isn't quite sure where these legions came from, and there's a lot of misinformation.
I have a question for you, dear Squire. You're not a Squire. I'm sorry, Baron.
Yes.
I have a dear question for you.
Just call this man a squire?
I'm so sorry. It's the word that came out.
I had my days when I was a squire.
And
He
I'm
gets
sure you
older
would.
and older, though.
Like, seriously, they go,
Man has aged 50 years tonight.
Literally. As the more he smokes, the older he gets.
He gets that real raspy smoke voice. Like,
Thank you, Uncle.
Do you, sweet Baron, do you have thoughts? Okay, will you let me?
No, I'm cooking. I'm cooking.
All
Don't
right.
worry.
Will you? Do you have thoughts of who the Black League, different groups are? Do you have thought? Or when they all came about, were you like, yeah, it's that, or are you just as confused as the rest of this continent?
I believe there are areas that have happened within the politics of our empire now that are unfortunate, are I wouldn't agree with morally. But
you think it's that?
We were under siege, it was war. I understand that in times of war, you must make hard decisions and sacrifices. And do I agree with if I personally think that it is some sort of undead spirits inhabiting shells, something, I'm not sure. Some dark magic at work to protect. But I do believe that at a certain point, power is power. It is the person who wields it, if it is good or not. This protected many people.
And you were not worried that Rycroft III walks? Oh, Rykard III.
We've received our son's body. We were told that all soldiers fallen in battle are returned. And as far as I have seen it, local boys, soldiers, my own, they have been.
My only other question about that, at least. It seems like these 5 legions were a considerable part of the what are we calling this empire now? Is it the Amber Empire, the Cordian Empire, the Revenite Empire? What?
We've been just the Empire of Cordia.
If the 5 Black Legions were such an instrumental part of the rise of the Cordian Empire, why does nobody know what they are?
May I continue? I may explain it in the rest of the story.
So with the arrival of the 5 legions, and also the alliance brokered with the Majocracy of Redan, they were now the Golden Concordant were now fighting a 2-front war. Naval invasions from the west and being slowly, albeit slowly, pushed out of the land that they took from the Amber Cascades. The war ostensibly ended about in the same season. It was a 2-pronged attack. One, a dual invasion of both Vargerheim, the capital of the north, and also the Blue City, the capital of Godwin, were sacked. And also the
Sacked by
Redan in the Majocracy.
Okay.
They fell.
What does sacked mean?
Upon the reports I've read, the sacking was not nearly as brutal as it was in Marvelhold.
So Marvelhold, the Blue City, and
Vargerheim.
Vargerheim are sacked.
They have been sacked. Yes, they have been sieged, and the siege ended. There was a slow siege of Revan, but that was lifted once the legions arrived.
Gotcha.
And at the same time, the occupation of Marblehold was lifted. And upon the lifting of the occupation of Marblehold, the Supreme Legatus Stefana was named Empress of Cordia.
When did that happen?
When did
About a season ago.
how did Revan become the primary? Was it just the Black Legions?
They provided the army. Or I mean,
After-
Marvelhold fell.
After the decimation of the royal family of Marblehold, we looked to many leaders. Many eyes looked towards Stefana, a well-respected leader who, even after losing her daughter, losing her husband, and even before that, losing her brother to an assassination, she stood strong, ironclad, and protected this land.
And Revan's magical leadership?
I still believe the Sage of Necromancy exists there, but that is the court wizard, but I guess the empirical wizard now, but imperial wizard, but
That's not fun.
Are they on?
as much as I find that to make my skin crawl, it is I realized I was supposed to be the dad.
Papa.
I cannot disagree with the results. So, since the anointing of our emperor and the end of the war, the kingdoms have been brought under the rule. There now, Revan has become the capital of the empire. Financial systems are being rebuilt in Marblehold. There is talk of moving the capital to Marblehold. There's a better, more centralized city for it. And part of that, it is a representational republic. Stefana pleaded that there was an election must be held for the leader of this empire. And unanimously, every leader voted for her. Also, in order to... This is part that I don't love, but I respect it.
You keep saying that.
After war and losing your son, you only want your family together more, which I am so glad that you brought my sweet, sweet son back to us. Unfortunately, Philippa is in the capital. She is a senator,
every ruling family, every must send a direct line of succession to act as the voice from a barony to a duchy to a kingdom, a voice in the Senate to tell Stefana what they wish, which I appreciate, but
is that representation or a tithe?
Who decided this was a Stefana or was this Lucian?
from what I understand, it was both. A
So it
decree.
was Lucian.
It sounds like what? I don't want to. I'm not trying to pour salt on wounds. What, from the last of your memory, was your mother's relationship to the man who ordered that tattoo on your neck?
The sage was well respected by my parents and the council.
Are we just dropping this news in front of them?
You see Rykard just sit back with his pipe and listen.
It was clear sometimes that he had a charisma that kind of swept my parents and the council up into what he thought was right a lot of the time. And my mother can think for herself. But I don't think that she is... She's not against a lot of the tactics and the way that Lucian thinks about things. I wouldn't be surprised if she doesn't know about his more nefarious dealings.
Is it possible that in wartime they have set aside their differences and pulled back curtains previously closed? I find it hard to believe something of this magnitude would not happen with the full awareness and acknowledgement of both parties involved. But it surprises me to hear that such a turnaround was possible.
If if Stefana, Duchess, Empress, if what happened went down the way you say it did, she's not one to pull punches, especially when she gets emotional. What were you going to say, Ryujin?
Just saying Sage also could be preying upon her an emotional moment of weakness after all the loss she's experienced, so.
Did it seem that way when you dreamt it?
Well, I just saw a rally of support for the Empress, but the Sage wasn't there. Not that I saw of, at least, in my dream. I don't even know when that dream is set, but it seems like it's either happening soon or it already recently just happened. If it's real, which I'm now feeling it is.
Hey Lilith, you have your violin on you right now?
Mm-hmm.
You just feel it getting warm. That's it. Like, weirdly warm.
Okay.
Just to let you know.
I find it interesting that the war for unification started with one side attacking the other for being the separatists, and yet those separatists have unified.
Yes, I would agree.
To be a fly on the wall in the rooms of how that changed.
From letters I've received from Philippa, I understand that it is a very messy situation, and politics, being a leader in politics, is difficult. And sometimes you have factions co-signing your beliefs, co-signing what you're thinking of, and taking advantage in politics.
What's the move now? What's
would-
going on? What's Stefano's plan?
That was my question as well.
So now there is relative peace, save for some small separatist groups. Actually, there have been a couple small skirmishes on our border with the Verdant Expanse, but they mostly have just retreated into the woods. Also, some of the smaller mountain communities, mainly Arzendal, the mountain fortress, has held up and that's impregnable. So it's just kind of been a forever siege down there now. And then also the north has resisted. Not the cities, but the woods, the mountains, the outer fjords have been hesitant to bow to the rule.
Anything with the fangs of Sekhmet?
Fangs of Sekhmet, those seem to be pretty resisting too.
That plays.
A lot of the nomadic cultures have pushed away, resisting. So,
Was this Svarterholt, probably?
from what I understand, Svarterholt is an area of high contention. But I will say that the 3 of the Black Legions have been disbanded. There is only the Legion of Soul and the Legion of the Eclipse left. One of them is apparently within Revan, acting as a garrison, while the other legion is taking out separatists along with other legions, the non-Black legions.
The Unification Party became the Separatists.
Ironic how it turned out that way, doesn't it?
Loss does change you. That is not the news I was hoping to hear. And also makes it somehow simpler.
How say you?
Well, it's all happening in one place, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. We know what we came to do.
That leads me...
And that hasn't changed.
I will respect what I learned about you. Respect to my son, for the people he loves, and has told me that you have saved each other's life countless times. I'll respect that. And you'll stay with me and my wife. I do want to ask, what brought you back from sailing?
There are parts of this story that will not help your mental state to hear. There are parts of this story that will not help your mental state to hear, that are not pertinent to anybody who lives on this plane to know, because the deeds are done. But we are here to finish what we started some time ago. A sprawling set of facts and mistakes that spans much further than the Cordian Empire. Much, much further. But it stems from something under Revan.
There's no way that the two are not completely intertwined.
They absolutely are.
We left because if we didn't go and do what we were going to do, there would be no Cordia to come back to, and there's still bits of that threat here. So we've come back.
You garden, Baron?
Have people who do it for you?
No, not fruits. I have some pipeweed that I cultivate, And that's as far as my green thumb goes.
If you were,
should visit us.
For the sake of, I am learning, in the common tongue, there is something as metaphor. Yes?
I am well aware of metaphors, yes.
I am not versed in them.
You're doing well.
But if you are growing something that you wish to grow well and grow strong, and other things sap away at your prized plant, you want to pull those things out, the weeds. But if you do not get at the root of them, at their core, they will never stop growing. We have done a lot of weeding, and one root is left.
I follow.
And I think we are tired of getting rid of roots.
Very.
We have gotten rid of too many. Some of which we didn't think we'd even have to face.
Every spring brings their new weeds.
Glad we all know some metaphors together. Let's just say that the things that I think the six of us, I don't know how many people are in here, the lot of us have been through over the past, what is a year to you, and what feels like even longer for us, are not ones that should be done more than once in a lifetime.
Long way of saying we are here to go back to Revan and find any way to get into the dead house.
The House of Dream.
That one.
What do we plan on doing there?
Go down.
Way down.
Just be there?
I know how to get there.
There is a tangle at the heart of it.
I think between our knowledge and these maps that seem enchanted, we can find our way.
Would we
In my
want me to?
experience, the pathways in the Maison de Rev change.
Of course.
I think these maps navigate
will.
it.
Would you want me to write a letter to Philippa to see if she could offer assistance? I will use code. That's how Philippa and I mostly have with me and Warren. She says things without saying them, if you catch me.
Mm-hmm.
There are many eyes in Revan, and Philippa's a smart, very intuitive woman.
So at this point, what side of the fence do you sit on? Before we move forward with what we plan on doing, I feel like it's something to discuss.
I am old. I've seen my fair share of battles. I would have fought in this war if it weren't for an injury I sustained many, many years ago. I lost a son. I thought for a moment I lost another. I've had my daughter taken from me. It's a great honor, of course, to serve the wonderful Imperial Senate. I'm a simple man who wants to be with his family. And I don't necessarily stand for bullies.
And you think the Empress is a bully?
I think it's difficult to find somebody with that amount of power who hasn't been a bully for a time. Do I think Stefana is evil? No. To be fair, if I was in her position, I don't know if I would do things too different.
There's an evil parrot on her shoulder.
Perhaps.
That's the problem.
However,
We do make our own decision.
I refuse to lose be the cause, especially, of losing any more family than I already have. I will not stop my son from going with you. He's a beautiful young man. Strong, caring, and obviously cares for all of you deeply. And I respect his decision to stay home or go.
Does the senator have the ability to take leave, go on vacation, travel home for the weekend?
Occasionally, on holidays. It's the nearest holiday is the end of the season, and many, about three fortnights.
Philippa might want to take a holiday.
I'll, guess somebody should get sick.
You don't have to worry about your son.
With
I
a
mean,
fucking-
worry as much as you need to, but I'll make sure that he's safe.
Perhaps
Not one.
Philippa invites a delegation from the foreign nation of Brawl to the fair city of Revan to witness the glory of a new empire and to pay homage to its ruler. And perhaps in welcoming this delegation from a very, very far away place, she catches a cold she is not used to. The Brawl Bubos, something nasty business, getting sick in Brawl. And perhaps anyone you know from Nestleton who happens to be in Revan happens to get this same illness. Not that we are trying to do anything abrupt and untoward, but I don't know anywhere we've ever been or anything we've ever done that hasn't ended abruptly and untowardly.
I hear what you're saying. I will counsel this one thing. This land has seen rulers come and go and has already seen an empire rise by force. I don't know if that can take it again.
I don't intend to. But if people we have been dealing with who are so wound up in these ancient mechanisms, strange plots, and old magics underground, they have not gone quietly. And if it comes to it, the crew does not go quietly either.
Of course. This land has seen a lot of death. I would ask you to do your best not to add to it.
Well, we can do our best, but death is inevitable. It comes, it will be there, and it'll always happen.
There are those.
Our goal is to work within the best intentions of everyone, the safety of everyone, the people we love. So, we don't intend to add more death, but if it means we have to, we will.
It is also, at the end of the day, your son and his choice. We are the Nightmare Krew for a reason, and he is one of us. But he is also his own person, and he chooses what he wants.
What I'm trying to say, take it or leave it. There's a lot of people caught in the middle of this who are just trying to get by. Are there bad actors? Yes. Should I agree with you to fuck them up? Absolutely. Just make sure the ones who are just trying to get by and live don't get caught in the crossfire.
daughter. Take a vacation. I understand what you mean. And don't know what our plan is or what it will end up being. We can only protect the cat.
Of course. I'll go write a letter, but if you would excuse me, it's been a long day.
Yeah.
I wish to retire. Please enjoy anything from our house. It is yours as well. And he gets up. Warren, who's just been quiet and just thinking, listening, gets up with. They're both about to leave the room, and then Warren turns around and she says, "When you arrive to Revan, call them chitters. Nobody calls them the Black Legion. You want to blend in and not cause a scene, refer to them as chitters." And I wish you luck.
I usually just say after I see a man about a horse. We can call them shitters.
Chitters.
Thank you.
CHITTERS.
No, he was helping Dan because he has an audio processing disorder, and you weren't helping.
Yes. I thought he said
Good night. I will see you all for breakfast. I do ask that you don't leave without saying goodbye first. Actually, I require it. Good manners. Good night. And she leaves.
We alone?
Doors are closed. As alone as you can seem to be at the moment.
Are you okay, Lilith? Stupid question, I know.
What would you like to do?
Thought I'd have time. Thought I'd have time to talk. Tell them how hurt I was. To give them an opportunity to do better. That was naive of me. Think that.
It was hopeful.
I can't say that. If someone had killed you, I wouldn't do whatever I had to do to stop the war. That I wouldn't strong arm an entire continent to stop the fighting. And I can't say that my methods would not be unkind. And maybe that makes me just like. I was hoping we'd go to Revan and we'd take care of the siege and the tangle. And then I could just leave again.
which I know is again a naive hope. But now I want to go talk to her and to find out where her mind is. I don't want to condemn her. She was not the best mother at all. She wasn't a bad ruler.
It seems like she's only even gotten better at by the definition.
My father was more of a diplomat than a fighter. He traveled to other places, made alliances. That was his whole function. He was from Nibu originally.
Did the sage and your dad ever butt heads?
I mean, they disagreed sometimes. Everyone disagreed in council meetings. Why?
I just wonder if it was the sage all along. Just seems like this whole time he has been trying to drive a wedge between you, your family, and isolate Stefana, try and control her. And she was the one who has a lot of power. I don't know what it's like. I never grew up with a family, but I can only imagine the loss that you're feeling. And I would want to do something about it.
I can't help but feel guilty.
I don't understand. Why would that be a feeling that you have?
Because she thinks I'm dead, according to Rittenhask's father.
Why?
She locked me up in that castle because of some reason that she goes to extreme measures sometimes. She was so afraid I was going to die when I was a kid. And if she thinks I'm dead, and then my father's dead.
He was afraid of loss that way?
I don't know what happened to her.
I feel like we do.
What do you mean?
She was afraid of the people closest to her dying. She thought you were dead, whether that was told to her by the sage or not. She thought you were lost. And when presented with the finite death of her closest companion, she reached out to the man, the only man she knew who could defy death in its totality, to assure there would be as little of it left as possible. To reduce the meaning of death. Is it not possible, given exactly how you have just described your mother, that she went to the sage?
I could see a world in which she not succumbed, but the gloves came off.
And that isn't to say that the sage hadn't been pulling the strings, but for now we won't know that.
She said something about a brother, which I've never heard about.
Look, an uncle to you.
Like,
There,
The uncle that we met up with.
she doesn't remember.
But we do.
I know. Let's tell her now.
That's what I was about to do.
Oh, okay.
Lilith.
Hey, one more thing.
Maybe I'm not the person to say this. I'm not good with words. Amber. Or Ryujin, maybe.
We did meet one of your uncles on Sisonius. Your uncle on Sisonius. You don't remember you lost the memory in exchange for something else at, where were we? The Gargalon gumball machine?
We can only assume that, considering we knew that you did lose a memory, and now we're
Or it was a
realizing
Halifax deal. I forget which one.
It was one of them. It was, I think, it was the gumball machine. Yeah. Sorry, that was above table.
I lost.
The tattoo.
Uh-huh.
Your uncle took the tracking magic into himself. His name, Atticus. Tick is what he went by. We met him in a bar in Sisonius. And he's the one who transferred the tracking magic of your tattoo into him. And that's where we met him. That memory was taken from you.
And he's dead?
Not to our
no.
No, Atticus was the consort of Lilith's uncle.
Oh.
Lilith's uncle was assassinated.
Well, I mean, they were together, so both of them are her uncles.
Yeah, both are like your uncle by marriage.
Yeah.
And your uncle by blood was assassinated before you were born, or like right when you were a baby.
I know this.
Yeah,
Yes,
that
you know
wasn't
this.
taken from you.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. You know this. We know that. So that.
Yes.
So Atticus is your uncle by marriage.
Yes. So she's lost.
He believes she has, or she believed he had nothing at all left. So she took the world instead.
Lilith? Tatsu. just to be clear.
Sounds a lot like Woody. Oh.
Tatsu, it's very straightforward. I wanted to, I had only known you for 3 days-ish. But I feel like I can speak to loss. Never blame yourself. For a long time I blamed myself, and I was in a dark place. One of the darkest places I could imagine. I understand. If this is the case and your mother turned to these extreme measures, I sympathize. As a person who's come out of the darkness, people can change, people can learn, but it comes down to those left not to get bogged down with it. Saying it is your fault that your mother is like this is like saying it's Ember's fault that I get cold when it rains. You know?
We gotta go, shit.
Kill him.
That'll be pretty hard to do. We learned.
I heard that and I wanted to encourage you not to hurt yourself with those thoughts. I sympathize with your mother. I understand your mother. If what we've heard is true. But don't go blaming yourself.
No, it's the sage.
seems like a right prick.
I'm going to peel the skin from his bones.
We'll all eat it together.
If he has skin left.
That too.
A nightmare.
This doesn't change what we came to do.
No. In fact, I think it only fuels it more.
Does bring into question how we are going to do it.
When has that stopped us before?
Well, I mean, we could do it the easy way, but we can't.
We cannot do what we've done before.
No.
We cannot go guns a-blazing, Kool-Aid man through a wall and fight everything in front of us.
Not in Revan.
Who's the Kool-Aid man?
There are people there, and we cannot look like conquerors, because that is not who we are.
That wasn't what I was suggesting. I was just saying that we have, you know, it's not something that we haven't done before. Maybe the execution of it before is not the smartest route in this position. But
I think we need more information still.
I would agree.
I'm also willing to bet the deeper we get into the catacomb, closer we will get to the sage.
I wonder if when we go to Revan, we go in undercover as best we can and keep a low profile until we have more of an idea of what's going on. Maybe even go
Agreed.
into the catacombs before we ever interact with my mother or any of the council.
My ideal, if this was to play out perfectly, in the best way possible, we would be able to step through a magical door into the catacombs, wander down, do what we need, get out, and no one would ever know we were there. I have intense doubts that such a thing would be possible.
I would like to voice the whole empire thing doesn't sit well.
I have something I'd like to say. There is some information I haven't told any of you about people in my life.
What do you mean?
So,
this long? I thought. Oh, okay.
Are you dropping a 3-year secret?
Were you about to say I thought we were best friends?
No, we've just had this conversation twice now.
No. Nothing about me.
I know. I'm not talking about
Yara's parents are from Revan.
Yeah.
I've never told you what they do, though.
Oh.
What do they do?
What do they do?
They are in charge of an underground crime syndicate.
What?
All right, that is a big. Okay.
Would you know exactly what they did, or did you think you already told? They are the. Well, they may be retired now, but for a long. I think we decided they're retired, but still connected.
When did you decide this?
We always kind of talk like they did some stuff, like they were like not necessarily like upstanding citizens.
They're fucking like Bonnie and Clyde.
Like their last name is Griftclaw.
You've been sitting on this for like 3 years.
We never really typed, but I'm like, they are the old chapter leaders of the Silent Consortium, which is the continent-wide.
They were dope.
In Revan. They're from what you last heard, they were like about to retire, so they're probably retired now, if they're still there.
So, look,
it wasn't. To be fair, it was not pertinent to anything we were doing.
It was not. No.
Well,
wasn't
it
at all.
was pertinent when we met the Silent Consortium before, but fine. You had more information about them.
I would like you to
then.
understand.
The different chapters in different cities are very separate. It's like
understood, but the organization as a whole, that's more information.
Yeah,
know,
true.
like,
I'd like you to
and how they
understand.
might work.
Yeah.
You know, so
I am this close. One gale's breadth away from going giant right.
You know it'd be a
yeah,
fun fight. Oh, I'd make it one.
I
Gobble
will-
you right
I
up.
It's
will
already.
Prolong this combat. Extend its due date. On one condition.
Yeah.
You get Yara on the sending stone right now.
I mean, I probably should. I haven't spoken to her.
Well, Yara is in.
She's
The
with Keeper
Nectarium.
at the Nectarium. Or the
The Vivarium.
The Vivarium, sorry.
I'm sorry.
She's actually probably like a day's ride away from you guys right now.
Because what? She's in the swamp?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was on her way anyway. We had already called her up.
Yeah,
What
she's in
say-
Misila or whatever it is.
What say we make a brief detour before we go to Revan?
Look, I need to.
No, she's coming to us in Nettleton.
I
Right?
would like.
Say less.
Did we say
Hey.
they're coming?
That's what we
Yes.
thought last week.
Oh,
yeah.
sorry, I forgot that. Yes, they're on their
also
way.
forgot that.
I would like to say one other thing.
Are you also a secret agent?
What do your parents do?
Yeah, what do your parents do?
My parents abandoned me.
Oh,
Sick.
Okay.
So
I
they
know that story.
They're abandoners. How do you know that her parents are not your parents?
Then I would have a
That
lot of
would be-
explaining to do.
Also,
Could
her
you
parents is
explain-
a Leonin and a
And
human.
a human.
Yeah.
He's a full Leonin.
Whatever, alright?
I would like to please, my daughter does not know what they did. And I would like to keep it that way. Until she is old enough to understand.
You would like to keep her that way?
All right.
Sorry.
So she. Okay.
I would
Yeah.
like there is a level in which I was not told until I got to know Yara better and understood what her parents did. And I would like to keep it that Keeper does not know until I tell Keeper.
So keep our fucking mouths shut, is what you're saying.
Please.
But
Except I don't really know how happy Yara is going to be that I told all of you, but I do think it is pertinent to the
it
situation.
Is, it is. It gives us a. If we could. If there is any favor that anyone can pull to get us into Revan without being seen,
It would be
under the auspices of the Silent Consortium, that one
Especially-
box on the checklist is ticked.
Especially with the daughter of the Empress.
Especially
We
with
have
the
to keep it
daughter of
low
the
key.
Empress.
I don't know if they know.
Heir to the Cordian Empire.
I will say I don't know if they know that I am with
It's an
you.
elected position, kind of.
Eat my ass. This
Just
is how
like-
democracy dies.
Elected, but yet
But just
expanding.
You
Like the Duchess, like there was an election if you become
Philippa
Duke or
and
Duchess.
Natalie
It's
Portman
either
written
it's
out.
either an empire or it's a republic.
Tell that to Palpatine.
Yeah, it's an Imperial Republic.
No, that's what I mean.
It
like,
is.
It's
like,
not.
It is like the transition from senatorial Rome to imperial Rome, or
Okay.
It's kind of like mixing the two. It's,
We've got those.
it is there's the
Yeah.
royal house, then there's the or like think like they made the House of Lords, like the Senate is the House of Lords.
So we're like at the beginning of like Julius Caesar right now.
Yes.
Yes.
It's interesting though because
We
it's
are
like
the-
Who's Julius Caesar?
Stefano LaFleur.
And who is
Brutus.
Brutus. No.
The Nightmare
who's
Krew.
Brutus? The Ryujin Rex Master of Kings. I would
Yeah,
imagine.
yeah.
Yeah.
The Dream Ryujin.
Drujin?
Brutus. Yeah, there's no
I
heroes
have
in
questions
that story.
about the standards you keep for Keeper, given the things she has seen and done in a different time and space.
You know,
Yeah,
sometimes
that's gonna be the thing that swerves her.
you know, sometimes it isn't. Well, I should say first of all, this was not my choosing. It was
Fair.
It was Yara's, and I respect Yara's choosing
Was that
above
before
everything.
Yara and Keeper were kidnapped by a mad god to be? Or was that after?
It was before.
Perhaps standards have changed, but I will respect your wishes.
Perhaps.
However,
And it is something that I have not spoken to Yara with in a great deal of time.
Here's an idea.
Go ahead.
When she arrives, you pretend like you haven't told us. You ask her if you can tell us. And then we pretend like you haven't told us until she says it's okay. And if not, we never say we were told.
Well,
I can see the sub 10 deception checks now.
yeah, I'm not the best at lying to her.
Well, it's
She
not
reads
lying. It's
me.
more so, can I tell my friend such and such?
I think she might. She might tell. She could maybe tell if I already have told you all.
I mean, if
I think if you weren't to tell us, I bet Yara would have told us.
yeah,
Yeah,
fair. She does. We all get along.
that's fair. Well, I would like to. Yes, when she comes, I would like to speak to her first and just, you know, it is not a. They are also not the biggest fan of me. I didn't do anything beyond just be a bit of a hooligan.
Yeah, but
You never.
Yes. Also, I didn't tell all of you. Never mind. Not gonna say that.
No.
Nope.
Well,
Nope.
now
run it
I
back.
shouldn't. I know. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have even begun this
Please
sentence.
tell me something.
Yes.
It'll distract me from how sad I am right now.
All right, Ryujin, please don't be upset with me. Okay, I didn't do anything wrong. I just you have to understand.
Claes is about to go.
You have to understand. I'm a curious cat, and sometimes it gets the best of me. And I found a room in this building.
What?
That it seems that Rittenhask's parents use for
Don't worry.
Oh.
I mean, you shouldn't have gone in.
I know. She found me.
I know about the room.
Oh. Nice. Anyway,
Can we talk about
We found some interesting things under the benches in the sauna too.
Oh.
Under the okay.
See, I don't know about the sauna benches. What's under the sauna benches?
Can we discuss the state of Cordia?
The Empire of Cordia. There is no state.
Just trying to lighten the mood.
Oh, what do you want to know, or what do you want to talk about?
I am disquieted.
Oh, of course.
By what?
The whole concept of this empire. And I don't know, I feel like just going in and ripping out the tangle and moving on is not going to be enough.
I think that's just the first order of business. I think the whole empire thing is something that
First order. What do you mean first order of business?
is to go.
It's the only order of business.
Well, we also need to take care of the state.
I assume that will happen when we try and rip his prized possession out from under his
Understood.
feet.
That's what I'm saying. That's the first and foremost thing that we're doing. The empire. If we figure out something else on the way, we'll deal with it as we do. But I don't think there's much we can do to stop the empire, unless we also kill Stefana, which is a non-option.
Hold on, sorry. Dan, above table. I thought Stefana died.
No.
No, Stefana LaFleur is the Empress of Cordia currently.
And your mother's name is
Stefana LaFleur.
For the last hour,
Wait. Are those the same people?
Let me run it down for you right now.
Hers Rycroft and
Stefana's
Rycroft,
husband
so
was killed in Griffin
I've met a
Park.
lot of Kyles.
Right.
With Rittenhouse.
With Rittenhouse
With
older
Rittenhouse'
brother.
older brother.
Okay.
This event, for whatever reason, caused the then Duchess of Revan, Stefana LaFleur, to, for lack of a better phrase, act up, and in some mysterious turn of events, an unliving army was raised.
Okay. No, I got all that.
Yeah.
I'm just confused at who is.
Stefana LaFleur, mother of.
But who are you talking about?
The Empress.
The Empress Stefana LaFleur.
Who's dead?
Who is
No.
alive.
No,
her husband died.
Lilith's father died.
That's the only person of Lilith who's died. That and her uncle.
Are you confused because of the dream that Ryujin had?
No. I thought you just. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
No, don't feel bad.
No.
Your mother
Yes.
Is alive.
is alive.
Yes.
Yes. Has been the whole time.
We've been scrying on her for
Most
the
of the
past.
time.
Yes.
Then and so your husband just died?
No, she does not have a husband. Stefana's husband
died.
has died.
Your
Mine-
father.
yes.
But I thought he had already died.
No.
That was Lilith's uncle,
Uncle.
who she didn't know about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Game of Thrones.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, Sansa Stark.
These are definitely the Lannisters.
Yeah.
I was. Yeah.
Minus the incest.
Yeah,
Yeah.
minus the
No,
incest.
minus the incest.
Yeah, minus the incest.
We were wiping that already. That was already taken out.
Save for apparently Tatsu and Ryujin.
Are you?
That's not happening.
Yours? Are y'all the Greyjoys? No.
We are a dead Valyrian house. We never made it out of Valyria.
Oh, in chat,
So is the
Lilith's
Veltimiris
dad's name
then.
is Leon, not Stefan. It's not Stefan and Stefan.
Defeated.
Stefan, huh?
Lilith's dad's name is Leon.
I could have sworn. Okay.
What? That's just you just gotta accept the information as it is.
I mean, granted, I went to the bathroom for about 10 minutes during all that
Yeah.
lore, so that
That
makes
might have
sense.
been
Why
it.
that might
You
have
had
been
to
my-
dissociate on the shitter for a bit?
I had to just use it, let alone dissociate on it.
When one shits, one dissociates.
Yes.
If an empire, we don't know if it's tyrannical or war ended because this empire came about. I am too disquieted by the presence of a force wiping clean the borders of a nation, but frankly, the way a map is drawn is of little concern. And people suffer everywhere, all the time, under everything. We have done what we can to stop people suffering where we've met them, and that's what we're doing here in Revan. But I will not willingly tear apart a system. No. I will not spend my energy messing with politics I don't understand, frankly. When I know there are things out there beyond what can be written in scrolls of law that would chew away at the very livelihood of the people these laws dictate. If
I
we
agree.
come across reason to dismantle an empire, I am happy to do so in whatever way we see fit to do.
I'm of the same mind. We don't need to mess with anything unless information tells us that we need to keep a lot of people from dying or keep something terrible from happening. What's most important is stopping the Sage and figuring out this Tangle situation. And if these dreams come to fruition, maybe saving your mom. But otherwise,
I need to speak with her. As much as I don't want to.
She's not.
right.
I need to speak with her. And I think we will get a lot more information and figure out what is happening in this empire. Ember. We just need more information for, but we're not politicians. Not yet, at least.
But what does that mean, Lilith?
I mean, I was raised to become a politician.
I was raised to be charming, not
Ryujin
sincere.
has something in his blood. Perhaps a line of politicians.
Why, we could all work for them. I'd be a great bodyguard. Imagine me, head of bodyguards.
But you're free now to do what you want.
I know, but sometimes it's nice to have a job, regardless of your stature.
This is our job.
I don't know, job. This is
Well,
more like a...
That's what it started as.
That's true.
And then it just blossomed.
Should really get paid by Hugh.
We still haven't, have we?
So everyone, I told y'all I'd pay you to go on this trip. I can pay a lot, I guess.
It's a nice watch.
Yeah, dude. Is there interest on this payment that we were supposed to get from?
because
I do think. Oh. What?
Just keep going.
Okay. I have a question. Should we also, isn't there a level in which we should wait to hear back from Philippa? I just think I find it, what do you call it? I find it intriguing that we are the only people that are. Well, I don't know. That's what I don't know. Are we the only people that are going to try and do this? How do we know that Philippa doesn't have a group that's already trying to do what we want to go do?
Because I don't think people know the things we know.
We have
that is fair.
We have
a
seen
lot of
things.
pieces of information that no one should ever have, collectively.
Except maybe Rek.
Where is he?
Plugged in.
Tinkering.
Plugged in.
I think we have to, after your timely revelation, Leonidas, I think we have to, that is the wiser avenue to move forward with, because implicating Philippa and any other Rittenhask in this mess will bring down the ire of the Empire on an entire family. The more we can...
I've just, I've got to run it by the missus, but...
Yes, that's the first thing that happens.
Yes.
We need to talk to Yara.
Yes.
Wait for Philippa, maybe.
Yes.
But prepare to go if we don't. If they have nothing to help us get in,
Then we move.
then we need to make a plan anyway. And I need to not look like.
Are there any teleportation circles you would know?
I would. There's one in the Promethean Tower.
What's the security like in the if we were to appear at the circle?
It's tighter
feel like-
than a duck's
Yeah.
asshole.
I think walking in is probably going to present less of a problem. Just walking in from the.
Now, the Promethean Tower is a place of knowledge and study and orphans and travelers and wayward people. So, I'm assuming if that's a route we need to take, we could easily disguise ourselves and take that route as well. I wouldn't even have to disguise myself. They know me well there. And they don't know that I travel with you, so.
So, order of operations.
Is there a way? Does anyone have any magic that I can talk to my wife?
No.
She would have to have the other sending stone, which we would have to then.
Well,
but she's on her way. So
how do we know she's on her way?
We figured this out last week. We called the ship and Hugh last week.
And we were like, please come here?
Earlier today. Sorry.
We were like, please come here?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Will she be here tomorrow?
Probably.
Nice. All right. Well, bit of a waiting game then.
We have a nice breakfast tomorrow.
Which
you
they
have
may
a
arrive by.
conversation.
Yeah.
And we have a conversation. And one way or another, we begin our approach to Revan in the afternoon.
And maybe take a look at these maps as well before we go.
Aye.
Sound?
Speed.
Rolling.
Action?
I have one thing I want to do before the end of this, but do what you're
Yeah.
gonna do.
I believe the evening seems to be ending. We all go off to our various beds. Lilith, what would you like to do?
Lilith doesn't go to bed. I think she goes outside with her violin and finds like just a spot to sit
And she holds her violin in her hands. And then looks up at the stars. And she waits. And when she hears nothing, she closes her eyes and says, Christopher. Waits. And when she hears nothing.
You don't. You hear footsteps behind you. Turn around to look. You see Christopher standing right there. Sunken eyes, gaunt. But Christopher. Hey.
Hi. I thought I'd lost you. I have. Are you still stuck in the in-between?
I don't know where I am. I don't know. I know you. But I can't remember. Who am I?
Your name was Christopher Dubois. You had a sister. Her name was Rosaline. Is Rosaline. And we used to be really good friends. And I am coming back to put you at rest. And when you go, if you ever see a spirit or an energy who remembers their name and that name is Leon Lafleur, please tell them that Lilith is alive and she's making things right. Remember that if you forget your name, if you forget where you came from, if you forget who I am, you remember that and you pass it on.
Only persuasion check with advantage, please.
Come on. Only roll of the night.
Come on. That's true.
I made a
No,
roll.
that might not be true. I haven't rolled once tonight.
Yes, you did. You rolled a natural 20.
I've
today.
lied. I've rolled a bunch.
Now you're forgetting your natural 20. That's crazy.
Beyond, no.
You know.
We can't.
I'll let it roll off my
At
die.
least I forget them.
Persuasion check.
Roll off
Persuasion,
the
please.
dice.
My diamond does
The
it.
die.
for me,
Okay.
You also have inspiration and blessing of Halifax.
Halifax.
I'd allow you to use both if you wish.
You know what, I'll roll one more time just to see if I get higher.
Do it.
30.
Holy fuck. You're Lilith.
I'm Christopher. I need to tell Leon you're alive.
And I'm making things right.
You're making things right. Yes. Where'd you go?
Went to another world. And there I saved this world and all the worlds to come.
My body's moving.
Fuck.
Do you know where?
No. It hurts. Lilith, it hurts. My body's moving. It hurts. I need you to stop it.
I will. I swear. If you can come back and talk to me, please do. I'm going to stop the person who did this to you. You have to hold fast.
Why did you leave? Where did you go? Why did you leave? Where did you go? He missed you. In a blink of an eye, he's gone. Cops are here.
Lilith just stares out into the darkness. And she tunes her violin, but she doesn't play. Just tunes it.
I'm beginning to think I shouldn't have followed you out here.
How long have you been there?
I was far enough away. But things seemed to get heated, so I came over. I just wanted to I saw you walk out. I wanted to make sure you were okay, but
Not. But I had to see if maybe I could see him like I saw Leonidas or I saw Christopher. But I can't, which I guess is a good thing. It means he's not trapped in the in-between. Parents were not good parents, but I don't want to kill my mom, Ember.
you shouldn't want to kill your mom.
I don't want to do any of it.
We are fortunate and have the power to do something about it. We'll figure it out as we go. If we were here, maybe it would have been different. We weren't. We are now.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing is done that cannot be undone. hold up my hand and I use my channel divinity to turn the unholy. You can. You don't even remember what it does. I'm barely even looking at it. Essentially, I'm just going to kind of like
ward off bad
Ba-
spirits.
Yeah.
Okay.
Banish the undead for.
Yeah.
The area around me. Yeah, I'm gonna sage.
You're saging the area.
Well.
And then. Whatever you need.
You sit with me.
Always.
And Lilith sits back down and holds her hand out to Ember to sit with her. And she keeps tuning her violin.
You just watch the star.
Stars go by. 3 moons shine in the Cordian sky. The last thing I'll leave you with, Lilith. Feel a warm hand on your shoulder. That's where we'll end tonight's session.
Y'all.
Cordia, folks.
Buckle your bootstraps.
Hey everybody, thanks for hanging out. Oh! You scream. You're the one who's screaming in your mic.
Hey. No.
But thank you all for hanging out with us. We will see you next week for another exciting episode of the Bards of New York.
Bards of New York.
And just to the whole table,
the Bards of New York.
Thanks for playing. I think this was a perfect encapsulation of what D&D is.
Yeah.
From BDSM tomfoolery to dead parents. So
not at the same time.
Not at the same time.
But that's not out of our purview either.
There's that
Campaign's not over yet.
I have based this arc off the movie 7. So.
I'm sorry, Woody?
Not really.
Okay.
Not really. Yara's head's gonna be in a
Don't
box.
worry. Yeah, really.
What's in the box?
Let's go end with Leonidas.
Absolutely. The chat will come find you.
Woody, if you put Yara's head in a box, I will murder every.
I love Yara too much to put her head in a box. Rinhask's head, though.
It's my wife in a box.
It's my wife.
In the movie, spoilers.
What? Hey, then don't spoil it. It's a great movie.
Yeah, go. If you haven't watched 7, go watch it.
Great film.
Oh, Kevin Spacey.
He's very, very good.
He's very good in it, and he plays a freaky murderer, which just feels right.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Thank you all for hanging out. And we're gonna go raid somebody, give them our big, thick bard love.
Okay.
Thick with 2 C's. And we'll see you next week. Love you, friends. Mwah.
Come join our Discord.
Bye.